Right, if we could focus on the first item. Apologies for absence, please. Councillor Strong.
Councillors Webb and Treharne, and Councillor Dimmock is likely to be late.
Councillor Petroni.
Councillor Eason will be here but late.
Councillor Taylor.
Councillors Blakeborough and Smith, Chair.
Councillor Becker.
Councillors Guppy and Watkins. Jo's representing Monmouthshire at the climate discussions at the Senate at the moment, so otherwise she would be here.
Right, we'll move on to declarations of interest. Councillor Pavia.
Thank you, Chair. I'm declaring an interest in item 8, specifically item 8A, which is the Social Care Safeguarding and Health Annual Director's Performance Report, as an employee of Practice Solutions Limited, who holds the contract for ADSS Cymru. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other declarations of interest, or should we take them as and when? Thank you. We haven't been notified of any questions from members of the public this afternoon, so we'll move on to Chairman's announcement and a receipt of petition from Councillor Penny-Jones.
Thank you, Chair. This is from Raglan Village Hall Association, and it's a petition. I will just read what is on the top of the petition. Raglan, please show your support. Monmouthshire County Council has withdrawn the option agreement on the old junior school site, meaning we do not have a suitable site for a new village hall. I hereby state, this is on the petition, that I expect Raglan Community Council, Monmouthshire County Council and Raglan Village Hall Association to do all within their capability and power, be that man-hours or money, to secure the site of the old junior school in Raglan for use as a community facility. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. We now have item number 5.1, the Corporate Plan Annual Report. Councillor Paul Jordan, please.
Thank you, Chair. As members will recall, the Corporate Plan was approved by Cabinet and Council in February 2018 and sets out our priorities up until 2022. This report provides the first annual update on progress and performance against the goals we set. The report also provides a wider evaluation of performance against some of the Council's key arrangements. It gives a detailed progress update against each of the commitments we set, using a range of information to assess the Council's progress and performance during the year. Using the Council's self-evaluation framework, each goal has been given a progress rating, which is intended to provide a high-level overview of progress. The Corporate Plan is an ambitious 5-year programme, and some of the areas focus on long-term and complex challenges. This has been taken into account when assessing the progress made at this stage. Much of the detail contained in this report has already been scrutinised by select committees throughout the year, and so there is no need to repeat that exercise. This report provides the opportunity to bring performance together with, in a single place, and approval of this document in its entirety is the responsibility that rests with full Council. The report will be published on our website alongside a shorter summary version to inform residents of the progress the Council has made. Cabinet are presently undertaking a mid-term review of the commitments in the Corporate Plan to ensure that the aspirations and activity remain relevant and to ensure that it reflects the latest thinking on issues of importance to our communities, such as the recent motion declaring a climate emergency. An updated plan will be brought to Council for consideration ahead of and to inform draft budget proposals. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Councillor Jordan. We have a recommendation here that the Corporate Plan Annual Report 2018-19 be approved, subject to any final amendments agreed by Council.
Move.
Okay. Councillor Fox has moved it and Councillor Jordan second.
Thank you, Chair. I think that Council should reject the recommendations. I think that when we actually look at what this corporate plan means in practice, there is very much that is left for us to worry about. I think that the future well-being, the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act passed by the Welsh Labour government is really quite an inspirational thing for us as communities to aim at. And when we see Monmouthshire's attempt to put that into any sort of practice and to measure that effectiveness, then I have severe worries about the effectiveness of those who lead this council. The council has approved a document called a Monmouthshire that works for everyone. Well, in fact, we have a Monmouthshire that works very well for those that have, but is grossly lacking for those that have not. And I'd like to give you some examples of what I mean. If we look at the goals by which we are going to measure our progress, the first one is that every child should get the best possible start in life. And we are judged by our own cabinet there as adequate. I think this is a great idea that cabinet approve our goals and then cabinet measures our progress towards them. I think we should have a bit more open government here, because certainly when you start looking at a judgment of adequate, and you look at some of the evidence that is actually in the report to justify that, then I wonder how that judgment could possibly be made. For example, 2018 showed that progress in education in key elements was actually in reverse. So that it reports that foundation stage is not at the levels expected. It reports that Key Stage 4 is not at the levels expected. And I suggest that it's rather complacent to suggest that that is adequate. We have a new model for delivery of ALN and inclusion services. Adequate. And yet we will ourselves later on today come to talk about Mountain House School and the provision for the children there. Is that adequate? It talks about encouraging young people in sport and activities. And yet the evidence suggests that our young people who are participating is actually in decline. The other area that I had a rather detailed look at was Goal D, the lifelong well-being. It talks there about the wonders of how we changed our minds about Mon Life. Despite spending tens of thousands of pounds, seconding senior officers virtually full-time to work on that, at the last minute, when the Mon Life board had actually been appointed in shadow form, ready to take over, we then decide, oh no, we don't need to do that anyway. Now, what is the judgment of our performance here? It is judged to be good. Well, I think for the members who were on that Mon Life shadow board, they would suggest it was the complete opposite. It was a shambles. Over and over, we see examples where it is difficult to see how a judgment can be justified. So again, lifelong well-being. It talks in social care about developing a well-being and adapting community-focused approaches. And this is judged to be good. And yet the report itself, the evidence says that this is developing. So we have judgments made on things that are not yet fully in place. And yet the complacency of this council and those who lead it suggesting the provision is good. I think what we have here is a process where Cabinet approves goals and Cabinet measures its own progress towards meeting them. I would suggest that every child will have a better start in life once the evidence suggests that at Key Stage 4, young people who have free school meals are not performing the worst in Wales. I would suggest that every child will have the best possible start in life when every family has got a roof over its head, when every family has got food to feed its children. And we saw evidence from the Trussell Trust at Adult Select recently showing a 16% increase in the use of food banks in this county in the last year. This report is nothing short of complacency. And what we need is to reject it, to have a hard look at where we are as a county, to congratulate those who are doing well, and to support those who need our support, which we are not giving at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Batruni.
Chair, totally concur with Councillor Grocut's analysis of this corporate plan. The 3.1, this county works for everyone, is some kind of sick joke that this council likes to, or the Cabinet like to believe it's actually happening. But I want to first talk about how we analyse the data and how we assess good, adequate, very good, and so forth. I've read and reread the framework and the methodology, and I'm still unclear how we balance the quantitative data with the qualitative analysis. How is it weighted? Is it a kind of, oh, well, it feels good, or my officers told me it was good, or do we really penetrate and ask those difficult questions? We always talk here in the corporate plan about pretty much what is going well in the administration's view. But what's not going well? The corporate plan surely should incorporate that so it can refocus, if it needs to, on the issues that are not affecting people adversely in this county. So we start with giving a child a best start in life. I mean, I've relooked at the data. Child poverty is up. Food banks are up. The housing list is growing. Inequality is growing. Cuts to education system. We're closing Mountain House. We're charging money for free school breakfast meals for children who are parents, unfortunately, earn enough so they get charged. How is that giving a child a best start in life? It is not. And it says on thriving communities, I would say thriving for who? We don't really identify who. We don't really break it down. We don't really say who is thriving and who is not. If we're going to try and achieve thriving communities, then surely we have to understand who is thriving and who is not. And on goal D, lifelong well-being, and why I question sometimes how the corporate plan is assessed. It's 16, reduce child poverty, social isolation, economic inclusion, promote equality. We agree with those goals. But then when you go to the Wellbeing Future Generations Act impact and look at those 7 indicators, the More Equal Wales thing isn't ticked. So our inequality strategy is not trying to make Wales more equal, according to our own corporate plan. We haven't ticked the essential box, surely, in the corporate plan that tries to attack inequality, unless you're actually saying to us, we're trying to promote inequality, which would then make sense. 16.1. I don't understand how we are saying we're going to reduce child poverty, it's our goal, but we have no data or analysis or quantitative data in the assessment of child poverty. Is it gone up? Is it how many children? Nothing. Even though the data is out there, independently out there, takes 10 seconds to Google to find out how many children in poverty. 4,500, by the way. Why is that figure not in our reduced child poverty corporate plan? Why? Because they're not interested. They're not interested. It's all warm words. Their corporate plan has no real bite, no real impact, and it should be soundly rejected in our view. And lastly, governance and scrutiny on page 79 talks generically, and I'd be interested to hear the Cabinet member's view on this, on governance. Now, I know what he does, is governance and security, page 79, just says that scrutiny is important, but has no assessment of how scrutiny is going, how the scrutiny function is actually achieving its goals. It actually is not going great, because members of all political parties have stopped attending, pretty much. Our attendances have dropped. We had a leader discussion about that. Is that reflected in our corporate plan? No. Is it reflected in the corporate plan that it needs to be addressed by all political leaders? No. Even though we say in there that scrutiny is a critical function of a well-functioning local government area. Yet we have not reflected that in our corporate plan. Corporate plan is not a propaganda piece that just says what we're doing well, what we think we're doing well. It should also reflect what we're not doing well, who's not doing well in our county, and therefore, it does not, and therefore we should reject it.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. So just to pick up on a couple of Councillor Graucott's points, that in the joint scrutiny, we did indeed, as select committees, comment on what we felt was a slight disassociation between the evidence base and some of the progress ratings. And my question to the Cabinet member or to the officers is, at what stage will the select committee's findings or view be fed into the corporate plan, and how will that inform the update and the annual report for next year? Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Chair. I want to change track slightly here, and one of the things that I've tried to mention to many people here is that the availability of update information to members, because coming from a business background, it's essential that you have the correct information. And what strikes me about this report is there are a number of issues in here where there are problems identified. NEETs, for example, sickness of staff, children not getting as much exercise. There are numerous ones in here, but they're not accompanied by an action plan. And there's no way that members can actually scrutinise what the progress or otherwise is being made. Now, that's where the proposal that we have a board where people can look at the progress and things are logged is where we should be going, because currently it seems that we have a lot of noble aspirations, but we have no idea how we're going to action it. There's no way that members can actually see the progress on it, because there's no way they can go and get that information. Each of those action plans should have milestones behind them, and there is nothing wrong with not being able to achieve, as long as you can say, well, we've noted that we're not making that progress, but there's another action put in place, and that's what's missing from this document. Right? There's too much focus on making general statements rather than having action plans in place. And for example, there are things in here. We've developed a social justice strategy. Well, where is it? I've never seen it, and I'm a councillor. On procurement, we've pushed procurement in economy and develop for a long time. There are statements in here about we are making progress, but where's the dashboard? Where's the actions? Where's the milestones? What are we proposing to do in the future? As far as this council is concerned, we have a lot of work to do, in my opinion, on keeping councillors informed about what's actually happening. It's all right to say the good stuff, but let's have a look at the bad stuff and what action plans we're putting in there as well. And there are numerous things within this document that need attention, and the council needs to take notice of those, I think. Thank you.
Cabinet members like to respond? Yeah. Councillor Jordan.
Yeah, very simply, it is an extremely important function of this council to undertake scrutiny. And what I would ask the Leader of the Opposition today is, what efforts is he making to ensure that his members attend the scrutiny function? You know, if you're blaming us for not scrutinising properly, you look at yourself.
Correction, I blamed everyone. I blamed all political groups.
The Leader of the Opposition indicated earlier on that we were going to discuss Mountain House. That's an extremely important item that came before Cabinet yesterday. There was a children and young persons select committee on Tuesday. It was barely quorate. Why wasn't there further engagement by the opposition there? There wasn't. You must do better.
Councillor Sarah Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just pick up on a few of the points that have been raised in my role as Cabinet Member. You talk about the Future Generations and Wellbeing Act. I'd like to understand more what sort of feedback you've had from the Commissioner herself in terms of how we're not being effective and we're not addressing our responsibilities within that. I'll give you a great example of the way in which the Commissioner herself has applauded the work of Monmouthshire County Council. If you have a look on her Twitter account, you'll see a video from her herself yesterday applauding the work of this council in meeting our goals under that act through our work with GovTech and trying to support those that suffer from isolation and loneliness. In terms of the sport and active lifestyles of our young people, perhaps maybe some of you could have come along to the Playmakers Conference. You would have seen how fantastic that programme is. Every year 6 child in Monmouthshire, the first council in the UK, has gone through that programme, and it's a really wonderful asset and a great piece of work that our officers are involved in. Similarly, Monmouthshire Games, we've seen over 3,500 children from Monmouthshire go through that programme, which again has been a fantastic success. Councillor Davis, you mentioned the social justice strategy. A report went to Cabinet back in July giving an update on the action plan. That strategy has been in place for 12 months. You were previously a member of our social justice advisory group, which you've resigned from. Perhaps if you were a member on that, you'd be able to scrutinise that in more detail. When it comes to housing, you talk about not having enough housing or being supportive of our communities and the impact that housing has. I suggest you look at the recent reports which shows in Wales alone the number of empty properties is up 40% since 2009. That is a Wales-wide issue which the Welsh Government is failing to address, whereas us in this council is actively looking at trying to address the issue of empty properties. And finally, on child poverty, we'll come on to this item no doubt later in the agenda, but you want to talk about statistics. Let's go back to the statistics that Wales is the only place in the UK that has seen an increase in child poverty. And again, at least we're trying to deal with that by having
That
an
is
action
not
plan
actually
to
true,
address
Chair.
that.
That is not actually true. DWP figures say that England went up the same as Wales.
Councillor Howarth. Microphone, please, Councillor.
I think it's like everything else around here. I don't think it's working. Chairman, I just like to know when the Cabinet member would be responding to Councillor Taylor's question about the Select Committee responses. I am dismayed, really, at the comments he has made about the Select Committees. I've come to this council on many occasions asking for reports to include the Select Committees, summing up, and their questions that they put before senior officers to be included in reports. It's so important, but yet again on this report we don't have that. And actually, possibly the Cabinet member was patronising the Select Committees for all their hard work they do. So in future, I would like to see, and I'd like the Cabinet to address this, that all Select Committee reports are put within the main documents to know exactly what was asked and what was answered, because I'm led to believe that nothing was answered during this meeting.
Councillor Jordan.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not patronising. I'm not patronising members. I'm stating a fact. I'm stating a fact that not enough people are turning up to select committees. That is a matter of fact. That's a matter of fact. Moving on, so far as the recommendations of select committees are concerned, those recommendations will come back to Cabinet when the corporate plan is reviewed in due course.
Thank you. We have an officer who wishes to speak. Richard Jones, thank you.
Sorry, a bit close to my microphone. If we pick up on some of the technical points that were raised in terms of the scoring and also in terms of how this... Sorry, it's a bit closer. Is it working now? Just speaking a bit too quietly. Sorry, everyone. So it would be helpful just pick up on some of the technical points raised about the scoring mechanism used and how the overall evaluation is put together, and also where members can access further information that inform this report. For further information and clarity for your scrutiny, etc. So the corporate plan rating score, the mechanism is shown on page 7 of the report, how those ratings are put together, and that is an indicative overall score based on the quantitative and qualitative evidence that's set out in the report. It's not proposing to be in itself a a quantitative framework where you add up each number, but it gives an indication. What's important, as members have highlighted, is the evidence underneath each of those 79 commitments, where we've assessed, based on the evidence available, what's progressed well and where performance may not have gone as well, highlighted that. And I think members have clearly picked up on some of those points through your questioning today. And also, as well as looking at the overall score for each objective, we've tried to provide indication about each of the 22 commitments about where things are progressing well, where we're taking steps, and where there's things which attention are needed. So hopefully that's been helpful to you to highlight the progress made. And secondly, in terms of how you can access further information as part of the performance framework, the corporate plan is part of a wider framework. On page 6 of the report, we set out the relevant strategies, plans, policies that are available to inform it. One of those particularly key ones is our service business plans. Each of these activities in the corporate plan is embedded within the service business plan. There's quarterly updates of those plans. They're available to all members via the hub, and they set out a range of activity services taking the performance measures they're monitoring to track those, as well as some of the strategic risks available and how they're monitoring and mitigating those as well. So that may help you provide some further information about what's available on an ongoing basis related to the corporate plan.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Well, I think possibly it might be worth putting it in an email to the Cabinet member and Mr Jones, and we can have a reply, because there's a lot of detail in there, and we've had a lot of information passed to us this afternoon about the corporate plan. It's a very important document, and we do need to ensure that all members understand it fully. So if you have any further queries, please put them forward to the Cabinet member and the leader, and officers can respond. Councillor Fox?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. As usual, we had enough of this political petulant ranting last meeting from the opposition. I don't really want to get into something similar again. I was expecting it a little bit later in the agenda. The corporate plan is the corporate document. It's built with many aspects of public service contributing to create this. There's a lot of scrutiny within the partners looking at how we bring all of these things together. Your scrutiny functions spent a lot of time last week, the last couple of weeks. Officers and cabinet were made available at at all of those meetings where required. The level of scrutiny was weak in many, I have understood. I'm yet to watch all of the reports, watch all of the recordings as yet. It is right and proper you scrutinise, and we welcome it. We welcome constructive criticism and challenge, and work with us to do this. Clearly, you are talking all of the platitudes of scrutiny and challenge, and you do little. You clearly have not looked at service improvement plans, which have been available to you since this council...
Chairman, correction, I've read it. He keeps making assertions that we haven't read something. He has no idea if we haven't.
You haven't. You clearly haven't. You didn't know they were there. You didn't know they were there. There is a huge amount of work going on. It is important now that we do review mid-term our corporate plan to make sure it's relevant and make sure that it picks up any areas of we need to strengthen, or areas where we have emphasised more change around the climate change agenda, where areas where we're not performing as well as we wish. I'm not arrogant enough to say that we're performing brilliant in every area. No authority is. But what I do know is that we are trying extremely hard to improve the lives of every young person, every vulnerable person in this county. We cannot change the world overnight, because we're trying to do it in the context of a pathetic Wales government who has let this country and its people down. It's let the country and its people down year on year for 20 years. And Sarah is quite right. There are more children living in poverty in Wales due to the fact of the Wales government doing nothing for generations, and it is a fact of life, Dimitri. You can't get away from the fact that your organisation, your party, has undermined.
I don't own the Welsh government, just to be clear.
In Wales. Sorry, it's not your. It's not, it is your party. Your party you support and advocate and speak for and platform for has let this council down, as well as many other council and the children and young people within it. We are trying desperately hard with minimal resources to address that by being innovative and finding different ways of doing things, as Sarah pointed out there. Things which have been celebrated by the Commissioner for Future Generations, one of your own team originally. And, well, she's independent now, yes. But I think she could recognise that she takes a view of all authorities, recognise that we are being innovative and we are trying to make a real difference in this place. We are not perfect in every area. We never said we are. And we will continue to strive to do better things and create better outcomes. I think the assessment that is put in here is a fair assessment of where we are. But again, I say we've got more to do. We know we've got more to do, and we will keep on that journey of trying to improve the lives of the people that we serve. I think it's disingenuous for you to constantly... It's right that you challenge us, but it's how you challenge us. And do it constructively. Get involved with us. Help and work with us. Again, we'll be coming to budget time shortly. You'll say all the right things and do nothing. And again, you are a weak... Martin talked about the lack of faith in this leadership. I have massive lack of faith in our opposition, because we need an opposition to be part of a successful organisation, a constructive opposition which will work with us. What as I've seen over the last, and I've never, in my 20 odd years here, I've worked with pleasure of working with many oppositions, and they've been constructive most of the time. What I've seen in the last 6 months or 12 months of this authority is our opposition going downhill rapidly, and I don't know what's behind it. It's disappointing that you've reverted, I can only put it down to frustration, you've reverted to the tactics you employ instead of working constructively with us. So, Madam Chairman, I feel that just to get into these ping-pong battles over this stuff is just pointless. I just move progress and let's just put it to the vote.
Thank you. I'm going to move to the vote on this anyway. Oh, Councillor John, a very quick comment, please.
Thank you. Well, I won't go over the 2018 results that are included in here because they have been discussed at great length in here and in Select. I also won't go into detail about any of the 2019 results which came out over the summer because that data is as yet unverified. But of course that will go through the process. That said, we did have some very strong results, particularly at King Henry VIII, which on GCSE results they had a visit from the Education Minister. Really strong results there. We continue to work really effectively with our partners in the EAS, and in terms of this authority's priorities, they feed into the regional priorities, and one of the top priorities there is of course prioritising support for the most vulnerable pupils. On categorisation, we've seen some really fantastic improvements. We've now got more green schools than ever. We've got a third of the green schools in the region are in Monmouthshire. And as of today, we have no red schools in the authority, which is really pleasing to see. So there has been a lot of progress in education, but we recognise that particularly on standards, there is attention needed, which is why that is marked down in the Corporate Plan Progress Report. And I hope we would never get to the stage where we would think that we're satisfied with results. Of course, we want to do better and improve year on year. In terms of the support for the most vulnerable, we've put additional money this year into the support for pupils in Year 11 who are eligible for free school meals, and we're hopeful to see a narrowing of the gap there. But you know, as Councillor Fox said, we have to act within the boundaries put on us by Welsh Government. We recognise the figure from the NASUWT that schools in Wales are on average underfunded per head by £645. If the Welsh Government is true to its word the other day that they're only going to put perhaps a small amount of that £600 million they've had from the UK government into local authorities, that gap could get even wider, which I think would be a real shame. That would be appalling, particularly for a local authority like us, right on the border, where people do have a choice whether to send their pupils to a school across the border in England. But I have to follow up on Councillor Fox's point that we're supposed to believe that these 7 men are an alternative administration. I mean, we went into the election with a very detailed manifesto of what we wanted to achieve. In education, the most detailed programme for a 5-year administration
Chairman,
we could find
talk about
said
the corporate
we will
plan, not a
support
Labour
schools,
manifesto.
children and
Are you
teachers.
going to enforce
We
the rules,
have a
or are you
manifesto
gonna
which
let-
fed into that corporate plan. What would their corporate plan look like? Anything about building new schools? Anything about sporting activities for young people? Anything about promoting outdoor education? Anything about supporting vulnerable pupils? There's nothing there at all. And when they've had the opportunity to be constructive and to feed into the decision-making process, they've failed to take the opportunity to do so. We had a very long consultation period to decide the future of Mountain House, and there were opportunities for members of the opposition to engage in that. And I'm really disappointed that the Leader of the Opposition didn't take the opportunity to try and influence the result of that decision. He found time to do a press release and to turn up at the school gates for a photo shoot, but he didn't take the opportunity to
Chairman,
actually feed
I
into
had
the
an email
consultation
from the
and actually
consultation
influence
I
the
think we
decisions
are
that he
straying
said
from
he's
the
so
corporate
outraged
plan
about.
now, Councillor. Please stick to the corporate plan.
Decision had been made before any press release was issued.
So people had a very clear choice in that election. We had a manifesto. It's fed into the corporate plan. We're delivering on those commitments and we'll continue to do so.
I'm now going to ask members to vote, please, on the recommendation that we accept the corporate plans for 2018-19. We have some members who will have to abstain because they weren't here for the full debate. Thank you. We're taking a vote. All in favour? All those not in favour? Abstentions, please. That's four.
So that report was approved, Chair.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to item 6.1, Capital Additions 2019-20 Strategy Approval. Councillor Phil Murphy, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And amongst the recommendations today are asking Council to approve a change in the Constitution whereby in future Cabinet can approve the addition of capital schemes, but only where they are fully funded, either from grant receipts or utilising 100% Section 106 funding in line with any requirements in the relevant Section 106 agreement. And also, as part of this report, is to review and accept the capital strategy, which is all set out in Appendix 1 for the forthcoming year. On the matter of the Constitution, it provides adequate guidance on the administration of capital budgetary adjustments. This affects movements between previously approved capital projects, but the Constitution allows no delegation to add any new items to the capital programme. So in other words, everything to do with alterations has to come before full council. The monitoring officer is currently reviewing the detail of the Constitution to ensure it remains responsive and appropriate. An agreement to revised recommendation will be reflected in the revised Constitution in due course. But what this is about is increasingly councils receiving ad hoc capital grants, for example, from Welsh Government, after the start of the financial year. Consequently, it's impossible to get those equivalent schemes approved by full council in its consideration of the initial capital MTFP. They're also sporadic in nature, which makes it difficult to plan for adequate full council time to arrange their inclusion. These schemes introduce no additional financial risk to the council or undermine the financial planning agreed with members, as they are 100% funded. So it's proposed, if we agree this afternoon, to revise the Constitution to allow Cabinet to consider the additional 100% grant-backed or 100% Section 106 funded schemes through the periodic monitoring report, rather than omit from monitoring until full council has approved the addition. The reporting will be explicit on whether the additional funding can be used to replace existing funding or highly prescriptive to particular projects. So in other words, it's to speed things up and make sure that we can take full advantage of these 100% funded grants, which are inevitably specific to the wording of the grant. On the capital strategy, the authority's capital strategy is required to define at a high level how the authority ensures its capital plans contribute to the provision of local public services. They've got to be affordable, prudent and sustainable, and developed with a full understanding of the risks involved, appropriate for the authority and suit local circumstances, that they have due regard for the long-run financing implications and risks to the authority. The capital strategy reflects any adjustments made and outlines the process for identifying and managing the pressures on limited capital resources and the revenue consequences of those capital decisions. So the actual strategy is in Appendix 1, and there's also a load of projects that are listed in Item 6, which members can have a look at. But the principle of it is that we did bring a provisional strategy to Council early in the year. This is tightening up on it and a progression, if you like. And the other thing is to make sure that we do take advantage of ad hoc grants.
Councillor Howarth. We can't quite hear you. Can you check your microphone?
When you're saying, sorry, Chair, I'd just like to ask the Cabinet Member, when you're saying that actually you will need to speed things up and you need to bring things back to full council for full council to agree the way forward with the grant funding, could you just give an example of how many in the last 12 months you've had to bring back to full council? Thank you.
Off the top of my head, no, but somebody in the room might be able to. In actual fact, you've got this wrong. The whole point is that we're not bringing it to full council. It's to be to Cabinet. So
my point is, Chairman, sorry to interrupt the Cabinet Member, but he hasn't answered the question. But my point is, which he probably doesn't understand, is the reason why you're doing it is because you want to bypass full council. But secondly, you can't answer the question because in the last 6 months, I can't remember coming here to agree something on this kind of funding. So if anybody else can, please remind me. So I can't see the reason and the logic behind this, bar the speeding up. And if you aren't bringing anything here, what's the speeding up of a process of what? So if you give me the numbers, actually I could probably make a decision then on, is it 1, is it 2, is it none? And that's only my question, Chairman. I'm not being mischievous here. I'm just asking the question, the logic really behind doing this. Thank you.
And I'll defer to Mark, who's got the figures in front of him.
Yep, okay. If you remember last year, we got additional awards from Welsh Government, about 1.3 million.
This financial year now, not last year.
No. What I'm trying to explain to you is that we're relying more on ad hoc grant funding that actually, when members actually approve the capital programme, when I go into providing monitoring information for both Cabinet and Selects, it always has to be on the proviso that any additional schemes that I've added into the capital programme from the Welsh Government money still has to be supported and approved by full council. In a lot of cases, these are grant bids that are wholly reflective of particular projects in mind, and there is no additional financial pressure from the council from accepting that. It's a pragmatism from me in trying to provide monitoring that provides less conditionality to both Cabinet and members generally to volunteer this change in approach. So last year was 1.3 million. This year you can see that already since the start of the year we've had about £7 million worth of ad hoc grants that have come in from Welsh Government that aren't currently in the capital programme.
Councillor Howarth.
Just to follow on from that then, so I've been here quite a few, many years, probably too many years. Memory serves me that when we accept or we agree the capital, I can always remember there was always blanks, and poor old Joy, you'd ask Joy, well, what about this? And Tidy Wales is a prime example there of a grant that actually, it's in there, but actually we haven't received it. Now, surely then, if we don't receive that, we should be notified by council, or we don't receive the sum of monies that are supporting that project, let's say, because it is important for all us councils as communities. But I can't see the logic behind actually speeding things up here, because if we've had nothing and we budgeted it for it and we haven't had it, or we've agreed to have it but we don't get it, surely as a council then, to try and balance things, is putting the onus on somebody else who's committed to something there, which actually we're not going to have, which I don't agree with. So I ain't going to agree to this. I think you aren't speeding anything up here. All you're doing is making it easy and bypassing, actually, probably 40, get my calculation right here, probably 42 councillors, 43 councillors. That's all you're doing. So all you're doing is just bypassing them. So if suddenly you've had £7 million there, and that's a heck of a lot of money. 100 and something thousand is a different ball game to £7 million. And if you're going to bypass members, which actually, for me, we are the corporate body here, not the cabinet, we are the corporate body here. We're the decision making here, because the cabinet can do anything they want, but we can actually challenge that if we want. So for me, my personal view is, I still believe, I can't see where your speeding up is going to come from here. Thank you.
Cabinet member would like to respond.
Yes,
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The whole point of this is that when these grants come in, they are at no risk to the authority, as I said in my introduction. They're 100% funded. They are for specific purposes, and quite often are time limited. So it makes absolute sense when the monitoring officer is looking at revisions to the Constitution to take measures now to ensure that we can take advantage of these grants. Anything that is outside of that will have to go through the existing procedure, through the full capital programme and full council. This is only to expedite items that come in where there is no risk to this authority. So personally, I can't see any problem at all. And all members have got the opportunity to call in cabinet decisions.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, a quick question on rationale here. The monitoring officer is undertaking a full review of the Constitution in, November. This is about creating an exemption to a clause in the Constitution. So why would we do that now and not wait until we, all as members, have had an opportunity to feed into and review the Constitution in its entirety? I can't see the advantage of making changes to the Constitution or exemptions piecemeal, and that is my question, Chair.
Mr. Howcroft.
Yeah, the purposes of the report is to actually get an endorsement for £7 million additional schemes coming here. So it was a useful practical example as to explain to why that could be facilitated in a different fashion. I've always liaised with the monitoring officer around the change, should you agree it, but I suspect that actually giving you that practical example might actually inform your decision making, so that you could see that these were 100% fully funded by Welsh Government grant schemes, rather than anything that may very well have a policy context to it.
Nobody else has indicated they wish to speak, so I'm going to ask for a proposer and seconder for that, please, and we'll go to the vote.
Second.
Councillor Murphy, Councillor Fox, seconded. Can all those in favour please indicate? Thank you. All right. Those not in favour? And abstentions, please. Thank you very much.
That report's been approved.
Item 6.2, Councillor Murphy again, acquisition of the MOD railway line Crick to Caerwent.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And members will remember that not that long ago, we all agreed that we would purchase off the MOD the railway line that runs up into the MOD base. Not that we'll be purchasing anything that's inside the MOD base, I hasten to add. And the purpose of this report is to seek approval to acquire an additional bridge, that's the bridge that goes across the A48 at Crick, and the ancillary land as part of the agreed acquisition of the former MOD railway line between Crick and Cowent, to facilitate the cycle and walkway and to enable an easement to the service and the Crick Road LDP development site. Now, so the recommendation is to agree the acquisition of the additional land and infrastructure. As I said earlier, we did agree that we would acquire the former MOD railway land and to develop sustainable travel infrastructure and facilitate drainage requirements for the Crick Road development. Following the granting of that consent, we've been negotiating with the MOD, who have now decided that they require the council to acquire an additional bridge, that is the bridge over the A48, with the ancillary land to facilitate access. This was not included within the original report and hence has necessitated a further approval by full council. Structural surveys are being commissioned and the outcome of that is awaited, but we know that everything has been maintained to the same standard as the bridges within the original proposal, and we got no reason to assume that there is anything wrong with that particular bridge. But the MOD have indicated that they only wish to progress this with, on the basis that we take that bridge. Now, there's been a long-held aspiration to improve the cycle and walking routes in this area, utilising the former MOD railway line, and Mellon have been undertaking a site survey to establish if it would be possible to connect to the existing surface water infrastructure in adjoining council land. However, it would require a pipe to cross that railway route. Initial indications are that this would be feasible. As everybody knows, the Crick Road development is planned to provide around 274 homes, as well as the proposed care facility and that provision of the new walking and cycle route, which will benefit new occupiers as well as the existing communities. So the independent valuation report has indicated, as was in the original report, that we'll have to pay either £1 or £100,000 to acquire that railway line, depending on whether the surface water drainage easement is required. In the event that the connection for the water is not required, it will only cost us £1. In fact, it won't cost us anything because it will be funded from the sale of the Crick Road residential site. So, Madam Chairman, this is just an update to the agreement back in January that now includes the acquisition of that bridge to facilitate it so that the MOD's objections can be got rid of.
Thank you. Councillor Eason.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got an alternative but opposite view to the position you got through today. I know that provisions were made moving forward to look at the future provision of this, but as a member of the Transport Working Group under the chairmanship of Councillor Dovey, for a number of years we've had considerations as to use that particular line as a feeder line to Seven Tunnel Junction to reduce traffic getting through Roggett, by having a service from Cowent and have a park and ride scheme. Now this is a potential positive, a potential plus to reduce traffic on the B4245. There are other options put forward to relieve traffic to Seven Tunnel Junction. One would be to take traffic off the M4, which is not really feasible in my mind because traffic would not use the M4 to get there because they'd come off to the A48 and the B4245. So I've got a view that it's a little bit immature at this time to really progress this. I think all options should have been considered, and this was brought forward by the Seven Tunnel Action Group some number of years ago under Phil Inskip, and he brought forward a feasible scheme to run a service from Cowent to Seven Tunnel Junction. Whereas I'm not against, in principle, the future use of it as a pedestrian cycle lane if another option wasn't really feasible. So I think at this time, I will vote against it, but at this time I believe there should be full consideration for what we need to do in the wider area in terms of reducing traffic on the B4245. And I think in some respects, I believe that the priorities are wrong, as I will most probably illustrate in my motion later on. So I'm basically against it, not in principle, but at the moment I believe that other options should be considered and evaluated to see what we can do to improve the traffic moving back and forward. Because this particular site, Crick Road, together with the Sudbrook site at the moment, is, pardon me, is going to increase traffic immensely on the B4245, and I think that should be considered as part of the big scheme. So at this moment in time, I'm not supportive of going ahead with the cycleway. I know there are quite a number of 3 or 4 bridges to be dealt with, one across the A48, which I don't know whether we would be responsible for that. The one for the motorway, there's also one with a public right-of-way crossing the line, and I'm not sure whether we would be responsible for the one over the B4245 and the road through Port Skewett. So at this moment in time, I'd like to see further options looked at in terms of using this route on the basis of discussions that have been had in the strategic transport group on Monmouthshire County Council. Thank you.
Councillor Murphy, just going to come back on a point of that that you've raised, Councillor Easton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The point is that this has already been agreed. It was been agreed by full council. The only bit that is up now for agreement is to extend the original approval by this council to include the acquisition of that one additional bridge. So this whole scheme enables the Crick Road development to proceed and also provides that cycle route. So the cycle route was in the original agreement. All this is about is adding the additional bridge to enable the MOD to complete for us to complete the acquisition of the MOD.
Thank you for clarifying that, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Davis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have to say I have a different view from Councillor Easton. I'm very much in favour of it when it was proposed in full council, and I was one of those people that were talking about this probably 7 or 8 years ago. We waited a long time for it to come. When you talk about well-being, health and well-being, safe cycling, tourism, those sort of things, I think it's an ideal acquisition. It'll be a great benefit to the community. Don't take away the fact that there are problems on that, that main road, which we'll discuss later. But as far as I'm concerned, the sooner we get it done, the better. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to comment, or should we go to the vote on that one? Do we have a proposer and seconder?
Second.
Councillor Murphy, Councillor Pratt seconded. All those in favour? Not in favour?
Yeah, that report's approved.
Any abstentions? 1. Thank you very much. The next report is from Councillor Richard John, the Capital Programme for the 21st Century Schools.
Thank you very much. As we reiterated a little earlier on, this authority's #1 priority is to ensure that both children and young people have the very best start in life. This administration has invested almost £90 million in renewing our school estate in Caldecott and in Monmouth with our partners in Welsh Government. And we've delivered 2 state-of-the-art secondary schools equipped for the new curriculum and with the flexibility to meet the demands of future generations. This is in addition to ongoing school refurbishments. So over the summer months, we invested hundreds of thousands of pounds in our school estate, including £150,000 on a new classroom in Gilwan, £20,000 on windows in Dewstow, £21,000 on sensory room equipment in Monmouth, Caldecott, Derryview and Pembroke, and £500,000 for a major refurbishment at Chepstow School, which has significantly upgraded many of the communal areas and the main school entrance. As we continue to prioritise investment in education, in the coming months we'll be consulting on future investment, including a public consultation in the Caldecott area about how we can ensure we have sufficient school places to meet demand. And that's with Section 106 funding secured from a number of major housing developments. We also remain committed to establishing a 3rd Welsh medium primary school in the county, in the Monmouth area, and that's with an investment of a Welsh Government grant of just over £2 million. We'll also be establishing nursery provision on the sites of Trellick Primary School and Archbishop Rowan Williams Primary School in Portskewett. The next stage of the renewal of our school estate is a 3 to 19 school on the site of King Henry VIII, with the model of reorganisation still to be decided. In line with our Welsh in Education strategic plan, whereby we're delivering the biggest ever expansion in Welsh medium education in Monmouthshire, we will relocate Ysgol Efenni to the former Derry View site, permitting a rise in capacity from 262 to 420 pupils, thereby increasing it to two-form entry. Today, I'm asking members to approve changes to our project team and to give the green light to begin the formal business case for our proposed new school in Abergavenny. Given the number and scale of school capital projects in the pipeline, it's necessary to increase the 21st Century Schools Programme Coordinator role to a 100% permanent position. I'm proposing we set up a budget for this financial year of just over £702,000 to fund the business case development and an extensive programme of assessments for risk management. The redlining of the site began over the summer months, and as a result, a number of site restrictions have been identified. With members' agreement today, I anticipate the strategic outline case being completed by the end of March 2020, and both the outline business case and full business case completed in the next financial year of 2021. And the building itself will take almost 18 months to build, and I would anticipate the brand new school in Abergavenny opening to pupils in September 2023.
Thank you. Councillor Petruni.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. We support all the recommendations and wish to add another one, 2.1.5, if you will, and I'll read it slowly. To start to develop a business case to build a new specialist school that caters for SEBD and ASD pupils in Monmouthshire within the 21st Century School programme since the Cabinet's decision to close Mountain House.
Councillor Eason.
Thank you, Chair. I don't wish to speak. I just want to set some advice on declarations of interest. Ysgol Finn in Caldecott. I'm a governor. Am I allowed to vote, or is it just a personal interest? Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Haworth.
Can I just second the amendment to the proposal County Dimitri put forward, please?
Councillor Fox.
Yeah, thank you. I welcome the report and the great progress that we continue to make in education in Monmouthshire and have done for the past nearly 20 years, adding value up and above what you'll see in most authorities across Wales to benefit the children and young people and the future generations. Reflecting on the last point that Dimitri made, those who attended Cabinet yesterday or the select prior to that the day before would have understand our direction for the future provision of ALN, or certainly some of those most specially those children with the most special needs. You'd have seen and heard very, very strong cases, passionate cases, for retention of it as it is, and also for the strong rationale for why it is no longer fit for purpose for the children we have residing in Monmouthshire with those, in that case, especially difficult SEBD needs. You'll also have known, if you'd read the reports or watched the report, that we alluded to the fact that work will go on to develop, it was in 3.41, I think, of the report at Cabinet yesterday, a new provision which will be far wider than what, obviously, well, massively much wider than what was provided in Mountain House, or is provided in Mountain House, which can address the very wide needs of ASD and other profound learning difficulties, which we will need more specialist provision for. And I know the Cabinet member and the Chief Officer will be working hard with other officers to make sure that we bring forward to this Council in due course the appropriate future plans for any for that new future provision. I think there was a general consensus of view, albeit perhaps people didn't realise that there was a consensus of view that we all needed to recognise we had to deal with the situation we had to deal with in Mountain House at the moment, but we all agreed that there is a need for a future provision that could address those wider needs which have been recognised now. So at this point, I think it would be absolutely premature to add this to the 21st Century Schools report. It will come forward in due course, around the ALN in due course. You could have come yesterday and asked the question. I did. You didn't ask the question. You didn't ask the question. You didn't ask the question. So, Madam Chairman, I support the recommendations, obviously, in the report here, and I refer members back to what we said in the report at Cabinet yesterday and on how we are going to take forward future ALN provision within the county, and I'm expecting to see something develop and come forward to this council in due course, but I think it's premature to bring it here now.
Thank you, Councillor Fox. The Chief Executive is now going to explain to us the process, because the recommendation has actually changed due to Councillor Petroni's proposal and Councillor Howard seconding. So,
only briefly, if my voice holds, it's rare but not unknown that we actually look to add recommendations to reports, and every report, to all intents and purposes, is a motion. So if it's okay with Council, I'm interpreting that Councillor Petroni has moved. You could debate whether it's an amendment or an addition, but he's moved something. Councillor Howard has seconded it, so it is live. So at the moment, you need to debate out Councillor Petroni's amendment. Can I ask you, Councillor Petroni, just to read it again, because it was quite long. We need to conclude the debate about whether this is added as another recommendation, and then you will return to the debate on the report. Is that okay? Is that clear? I think it would be helpful so that again, the council understands what they are debating.
So I'll say it one more time. 2.1.5, to start develop a business case to build a new specialist school that caters for SEBD and ASD pupils in Monmouthshire within the 21st Century School programme since the Cabinet's decision to close Mountain House.
anybody wish to comment? Councillor John.
Politics is about choices, and it's very easy to come here and say that we should spend, I don't know what figure Councillor Dimitri wants to pluck to say we should spend on a new special school, but you need to make choices. So we had a lengthy debate yesterday, and I don't want to reopen the debate we had, the decision that we made about Mountain House, but you need to make choices, and if they're suggesting that we spend, say it's £6.5 million, that was the figure we were talking about yesterday.
Chairman,
a
can we just stick to the facts? We're not spending any money. Develop a business case. He's going off subject. He's just plucking figures out. It's develop a business case. It's very clear.
Thank you, Councillor Petroni. Yes, I think that's a good point. If you could just stick to the case.
If you're saying you want to build a new school, where's the money going to come from? You have no idea. So are you saying, on the point of Band B is closed to new bids. We put in our strategic outline proposal in 2017 as to what our project was going to be for Band B. We made that very clear that this was going to be a 3 to 19 school on the site of King Henry VIII. That is closed. Are they saying that if Welsh Government do change their minds and start receiving new bids for Band B, or say they get some additional capital funding and they take in new bids, that we would scale back?
Please, Councillor Petroni, let
Councillor John reads, understands what I said. Within the 21st Century programme,
we've all heard the recommendation twice. Thank you.
It's completely hypothetical. Are they saying they want to scale back? Are they saying they want to scale back on our proposals for Band C? And we've made a clear commitment to Chepstow because we want to renew all 4 secondary schools. You need to make a choice. So if you're saying you want to scale back either of those 2 schools, you should have the balls to say that. If you can't go
What
forward
is it, Councillor
and say
Easton?
you want
Councillor
to build a
John,
new
just
school
one
without
moment.
the money to do it.
Councillor, just
Point
one
of order,
moment.
Chair.
We have a point of order.
The Leader of the Opposition has put forward a request to consider a business case. Not to go through the diatribe what we can and can't do, just a business case. Can we answer...
Councillor Easton, that is not a point of order. Please sit down.
What is then?
Councillor John.
We made our intentions very clear yesterday. I appreciate there were very strong views on both sides of the argument, but if we were to build a new special needs school in Monmouthshire, would it be provision just for children with social, emotional and behavioural difficulties? No. Would it be for boys only? Probably not. Would it have that narrow provision of just for Key Stage 3 and 4? Probably not. Would it be just residential? Probably not. Would it be located in Pulmeric? Probably not. You know, we made very clear that we now need to look at what that provision would be to suit the needs of children across the county with additional learning needs, and that was the decision we took. If you wanted to put forward a proposal in that consultation, you had every opportunity to do so. In fact, you even said after the closure of the formal consultation period on the 29th of April, when we were due to make a decision on the 5th of June, you said that you wanted us to continue to accept submissions so that you could contribute to that debate, and you failed to do so. We made our intentions very clear yesterday. You had every opportunity to put forward proposals, to put forward ideas to be considered in that consultation. Unfortunately, you missed the opportunity to do that, but somehow you still managed to find time to go to the school gates, have a photo shoot, put out a press release expressing outrage on a decision that you had every opportunity to influence, but failed to do so.
Right. We're going to move on now. Councillor Thomas.
I'm not going to get into the... Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to get into the toing and froing. I support Councillor Petruni's point there, his motion, call it what you will, to put forward the concept and to actually look at it and not to get into the sort of graphic detail or look at what's happening to Mountain House. That decision, unfortunately, was made, and I spent quite a lot of time yesterday and in CYP on Tuesday, and I've spent a lot of time generally. And in fact, there are members in your party who are extremely unhappy, people who live in the area and actually listen to the people there about what is going on. And, you know, when you say life is about choices, yes, it is about choices, but I feel if I were a parent with a special needs child now, I certainly wouldn't want to come and live in Monmouthshire. Absolutely. I'd go and live in Caerphilly, where they've developed a proper school. Well, yeah,
Can I go to bring the Chief Exec in here, because we're straying totally off the recommendations now.
Yeah. The point of order, Madam Chairman, we are deviating right off, and the opposition are trying to stray this discussion into a wider discussion about ALM provision and Mountain House decision yesterday. It's totally inappropriate to be deviate from this and utilise this as a separate way to get this debated in full council.
Thank you. The Chief Exec is going to speak now. Please sit down, councillors.
All I was going to say was the good news is we've got lots more reports, so we've got lots of time together. Councillor Petruni, I've forgotten your motion, so I'm probably not. So I'm probably not the only one. So could I ask you to reread it again, and it gives us a better chance of holding to it? Thank you very much.
Councillor Petroni, please read the motion, and then we'll have some more comments, but please stick to the recommendations and not stray off.
Yep. Third time. 2.1.5, to start to develop a business case to build a new specialist school that will cater for SEBD and ASD pupils in Monmouthshire within the 21st Century School programme since the Cabinet's decision to close Mountain House.
And my last comment would be whether you agree or you do not agree with what Councillor Petruni has just put forward. It is actually very straightforward.
Right, I have a few more people to speak. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really confused by that discourse from the Cabinet member, because what Councillor Batruni is proposing is very straightforward. He is asking this council to agree to progress a business case for the development of a school which addresses the needs that were discussed and debated long and hard yesterday in Cabinet. And if I remind you that in the Cabinet paper, just to remind the Cabinet member, it says, we will develop provision in Monmouthshire to offer education to children and young people aged 7 to 19 who have difficulty in learning because of a range of significant and complex additional needs. It does actually go on in 3.42 to say the school, so they are talking about potentially developing another school. Councillor Batruni is not saying that. Councillor Batruni is saying, please can we see some progress and can we agree to progress that business case as a matter of urgency? Because whilst I fully understood the rationale put forward as to why Mountain House may not be an appropriate provision for now for the children that we have currently with special educational needs, whether that be SEBD or ASD or whatever it is in the county, what was agreed and what of key weakness, in my opinion, is that we don't have a plan. We have no plan, a long-term plan then. We have a short-term plan, which the Chief Officer explained. We have a short-term plan to deal with the short term. We do not have a long-term plan. So as far as I hear Councillor Batruni's recommendation, addition to the recommendations, he is asking Council to agree to progress with a business case. He is not asking Council to agree to build a new school. He's asking them to progress a business case. And I think that that's absolutely right, and we should be progressing that business case with as a matter of urgency. And so I am surprised, if I'm honest, that members of the administration would not also wish to see a business case progress with all haste. So I would ask all of the council to not think about the diatribe, but to listen to Councillor Batruni's recommendation, because I think it's a very sensible one and should be one that we could all support, because we all want to see a long-term solution, a long-term provision for some of the most vulnerable learners in the county. Thank you, Chair.
I'm going to bring Councillor Thomas back in. Apologies, Councillor Thomas. I should have come back to you after the point of order.
I've been shut down now a couple of times in this council. We're talking about working together, but it's about listening together as well. I've listened for quite a long time today, and I've listened over this week. So I think it's a fair point that I can speak. I'm not going to re-raise the issue of Mountain House, but as my colleague there has said, we need a long-term plan. The current sort of ideas were really rejected by Estyn, who are obviously the inspectorate in Wales. They say they're not sufficient. And in the long term, I haven't got special needs youngsters, but I have a huge interest in all children having the best start in life. And personally, I think it is a good idea to actually explore this. We're not saying, let's dive into Band B or let's try and do this or that, but we frequently accept other plans to actually work it up, look at it. Is it feasible? Is it practical? I can't think of any authority in Wales that is without a specialist school, a physical school, and lots of them have gone into a school and a wheel sort of situation where you've got spokes going out to schools. And if you talk to teachers about how they feel, then I think they would certainly support that. And teachers in mainstream schools, they want to have a resource that can help them. So I very much support it. And all some of the drivel we've had earlier on today doesn't really get, well, it is actually, because if you listen to people down in Chepstow, you listen to people elsewhere, they are not happy. And you must be talking to the wrong people. Well, the parents, you look at how the kids responded. Absolutely. And to be honest, the two things I said yesterday, Estyn and what the kids said. Well,
Councillor Thomas, you're back on Mountain House, please.
With specialist needs. And at the end of the day,
Councillor Thomas,
this administration needs to start to listen to what people want, not what they think they want.
Absolutely.
Right, I've got a few more people to speak, and I would ask you now to keep to the items on this recommendation. We are straying back into Mountain House, and it is just not what we come here to debate this afternoon. So the next person to speak is Councillor Brown, and I've got Councillor Fox, Grocott and Fee Kings.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. As probably you know, I mean, I've been told not to speak about Mountain House, but the Cabinet member did make a comment about saying, you know, not in Paul Merrick. Now, my understanding is there's been no decision made with regard to this idea of a future school, and it's something that I'm very much in favour of, because I think it's important that we cover our ALN needs in our county, and obviously we are going to be the only authority in Gwent without its own special school, and I do think it needs to go on the agenda. And I noticed at the end of July there was an approval for a business case to update Caldecott Leisure Centre, but I wasn't aware of thousands petitioning for that. Or, you know, so I do actually think it's important that this gets on the agenda now and not pushed back, so that at least it can be an ongoing progress matter, because it is important to all of the parents who've got additional learning needs children in the county to make sure that we've got proper provision, particularly for children who can't cope with the mainstream. And that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Councillor Fox.
I'm honestly, because we were taking this as a motion, so there's an opportunity to speak for the second time. That's why I'm standing. If you listen to what I said at the beginning, that we made a commitment yesterday to accept the report in Cabinet. And Frances took the time, even though she wasn't there yesterday, but she took the time to just read the 3.41 and 3.42 about
Chair,
the...
Councillor
Councillor
Taylor was there.
No, I'm sorry. You don't need to speak for us. You can manage yourself. Settle down. Settle down. So, you know, we made you'll know that the report we took through, and how we discussed the future of ALM provision, and how we want to do the right thing over the future, through the future, and we will bring something back here in due course. I said earlier, and we've strayed into this. The opposition wanted to the Mountain House debate back out on here. We know you. Well, one does, yeah, and we know there is a lot of passion around that, and we made that decision yesterday. And there's a process that needs to go through. And there will be a further process that needs to go through for us to develop what we're saying in 3.41 and 3.42.
Sorry, Chair, this is the same point you made earlier on.
Chair,
What's new?
Sorry?
It's exactly the same point you made earlier on, but why are you repeating yourself?
Yeah, well, it's the second
one,
opportunity
yeah.
to debate, because it's you added a motion. You added it and added another motion. So all I'm saying, Madam Chairman, and I will move progress after this, that we are in agreement in principle, but it's premature to bring this forward for many of the reasons that the Cabinet members has put together. It may be, Madam Chairman, to aid the debate without revisiting the whole thing yesterday, that our director, Will McLean, might be able to give some insight to how
Tim,
he
I thought
wants
we
to
weren't
take
talking about Mountain
Councillor Bertoni, I'm going to ask you to stop standing up
Thank
and
you, Madam
interrupting.
Chair.
Please let the councillor speak.
Chairman, I was wondering
Oh, sorry.
if Will might be able to.
Councillor Grocott.
Thank you, Chair. Just one very brief point. I was at Children and Young People Select Committee on Tuesday morning. There was a report there on the closure of Mountain House. There were two options, either keep it open or close it. What that scrutiny committee actually did, doing its job, which we heard about earlier this afternoon, the role of people in scrutiny, what that committee actually said was, we'll go for a third option, which to me sounded remarkably like what Councillor Batruni is suggesting. So what we're hearing now is that scrutiny, which an hour ago was the bee's knees and our responsibility, when scrutiny actually says, no, we don't want either of these recommendations from the report, we believe we should look again at the future of Mountain House, then that's not even been mentioned once this afternoon. Did Cabinet actually have a look at what came out of children and young people on Tuesday morning?
Councillor Feakins.
Can you hear me now? What I was saying. Okay, so thank you, Chair. So for the benefit of those who couldn't hear me previously, I'll go over that point again. That I believe what we are debating at the moment, and the Chief Executive, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is the amendment to the recommendations as put forward by Councillor Petruni. We have a paper that was issued with the agenda, with a fully costed and worked up a schedule of costs for us and implications for resources, as was already detailed in the existing recommendations as were put forward. What, in effect, we're now being asked is to split those costs, or to magic some other money from another resource that we don't know hasn't been costed up for what is, in effect, something which is in relation to Mountain House. What I would propose is that the issue surrounding Mountain House, there's a lot of emotion in the room, Councillor Petruni, could in itself stand on its own 2 feet and shouldn't be conflated with this costed up, worked out business case that's before us. I think the idea of asking us to magic money out of the air or to split the existing worked up business scenario that's before us is delusional. I don't know where that would go. I don't know where we would cost it. So if the recommendation is to ebb into that existing budget that's before us, or to create a new budget from somewhere that hasn't been costed, or you're asking us to take a punt on what the cost would be into the future, or you're asking us to not, or you're asking, but how do you fund this? What we're asking for at the moment is for the funding to work the business case through. We can't work 2 business cases through with the same funding. I don't think that the understanding of the paper is in effect. So in effect, what I would say is that we should reject the motion, the amended motion as put forward, and that I propose we move back into the original substantive motion, and I would move the recommendations.
I've got 3 more people listed to speak, but what I want to hear now is something new. I don't want to be going over the same ground again. And then I'm going to put it to the vote. I've got Councillors Powell, Greenland and Becker who've indicated for some time they wish to speak. And then, well, if it's something new, that's all I ask. Short and something new. Councillor Powell.
Thank you, Chairman. My new thing is the fact that you are looking for a business case for a new complete school. I think that what should be asked for is a business case for what would be the solution for all these children, because one school isn't really a solution. I'll have to declare an interest now because I have a grandson of 23 who's gone through all the system, not here, down in London. So I have to fill a form in afterwards. But I think you want to look at not to have a business case for a school, but a business case for a solution. But then it can't be added to this. Not one particular school, because it won't work. Thank you.
Councillor Greenland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it was quite clear yesterday at Cabinet that there was a commitment that officers would be going away and coming back with proposals for a new provision for our ALN children. Now, the report mentioned a new school. I personally have some doubts whether the whole spectrum of ALN should be in one building together. And if, in fact, the decision were to actually separate them in some way, that would require a completely different building to just one, lumping them all in together. And I think this is putting the cart before the horse by bringing this amendment forward to build a business case at this moment. The correct way of doing this is the way that we're going, with officers coming back with proposals for provision for the future. At that point, we will know what sort of building or buildings we will need. At that point, we should be going into a business case, but not now. At this point, it is premature. We need to, well, you might consider this a laughing matter, but actually we don't. And I think that that is a premature way of doing this. We've got a process at the moment with officers coming back with proposals for provision for the future, and then we should go into a business case. So I will be voting against the amendment.
Councillor Becker.
Thank you, Chair. I am a parent of a neurodiverse child. I have friends who are parents of neurodiverse children. They wouldn't necessarily want Mountain House or a replacement for Mountain House. I agree that there are a lot of unknowns that Councillor Petrini is trying to get us the answers to in his motion, and that is definitely shown by the fact that the Cabinet member said, you know, would it be this? Probably not. Would it be that? Probably not. We don't have those answers. However, saying that it's going to be a school when we don't even know what the solution is, I think is the wrong part of the motion, unfortunately. So whilst I do support the drive to get these questions answered as a matter of some urgency, I don't think necessarily tying it to the proxy war of Mountain House is really what we need to do today. So, yeah.
Councillor Dovey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I speak with a bit of background to Mountain House School and an emotional relationship with it, because I was the chairman of governors there for some 7 years or more. And it is...
Councillor Dovey, we're not talking about Mountain House.
I know that, but the reason for it is I support broadly what Councillor Petrini is putting forward. He is putting forward simply to look at a business case for the viability of a provision. You can call it Mountain House, you can call it what you like. You mightn't have it in Mountain House. But he is asking for a business case to be put forward. And as far as the people at Chepstow are concerned, they would want to see something put in place to get this off the ground. So that's where I am with this.
Right, councillors, we are now going. Do we have a mover? We have a mover and a seconder, which was Councillor Petrini, and Councillor Howarth seconded this amendment to the initial recommendation. Are we calling it? Yeah, you better. Can you please explain?
I was just trying to for ease of simplicity, what I said a little bit earlier is to all intents and purposes, every report you receive is a motion. For the ease of your debate this afternoon, I felt that the best way to deal with Councillor Petrini's insertion was to see it as an amendment. Consequently, you are now going to vote whether you agree or disagree with Councillor Petrini. If you agree, his proposition will be added as a new recommendation to this report. If you disagree, you will return to the report as drafted. Councillor Petrini, you do have the right to summarise.
I'm very sorry, Chair. Sorry. Could we just ask for the motion one more time? I know it's ridiculous, but the word school has become important to me.
Can you make that part of your summing up, please, Councillor Petrini?
Thanks for that, Councillor Becker. Can I put it to the end of after what I said? Thanks. First, loving the baritones from Councillor Feekins, the rest not so much, but loving the baritones. Disturbed to hear that Councillor Brown was told not to speak. This is democracy. Last time I was here, and everyone should be allowed to speak on any item they so choose. The reason why this motion, this amendment was, I've put it in, was actually is because, and it was highlighted by Councillor Fox and Councillor John. Councillor Fox said in due course, which it did say that in the recommendation cabinet papers, but then Councillor John talked about choices and talked about Bansea and Chepstow School, and then sort of hinted at that maybe that we'll have to make a choice between Chepstow School and a potentially new specialist school. So that sort of leaves the waters really murky. A couple of Tory members have talked about maybe we shouldn't have a school, and so hence the business case, hence finding out where we really want. Does it hold up? Does it stack up? Is it a school? This is the whole point. Meanwhile, due course could be 10 years, could be 20 years, while these children get the specialist provision they need now. They need now. Councillor John, the rest of what Councillor John said, I have no idea. It was wittering nonsense as far as I could make out, which is disturbing given he's the cabinet member responsible for this. But having said that, going back to what is there as request of Councillor Becker, I have to find it now because I've moved it on. Give me 2 seconds. Sorry, my bad. It's nearly there. I'm nearly there. I didn't expect to repeat it for a 4th time. I should know it. That's right. To start to develop a business case for a new specialist school that caters for children with SEBD and ASD in Monmouthshire within the 21st century school programme since the Cabinet's decision to close Mountain House. School.
What did we record originally, please? School. Yeah. Yeah. Right, can I have all those in favour of Councillor Bertruni's motion? Yeah. We need to have 9 people asking for it, requesting it. Right, we have sufficient for a recorded vote. Thank you. I'm sure everybody's aware of how that will happen. Our names will be read out and we will respond.
Okay, so this is the recorded vote on the amendment, okay? Councillor Petruni?
For the amendment.
Councillor Becker?
Against.
Councillor Brown?
For.
Councillor Clark?
Against.
Councillor Davis?
For.
Councillor Dovey?
For.
Councillor Dimmock?
Against.
Councillor Easton? For. Councillor Edwards? Against. Councillor Evans?
For.
Councillor Feekins? Councillor Fox?
Against, it's premature.
Councillor Greenland?
Against.
Councillor Grocott? For. Councillor Harris? For. Councillor Howard? Councillor Howarth? Councillor John?
Against.
Councillor David Jones? Councillor Laura Jones?
Against.
Councillor Penny Jones? Councillor Sarah Jones? Councillor Brian Jones? Councillor Jordan? Councillor Lane? Councillor Murphy? Councillor Pavia? Councillor Powell? Councillor Pratt? Councillor Roden? Councillor Strong? Councillor Taylor? Councillor Thomas? Councillor Watts? Councillor Woodhouse?
Apologies. I was so interested in listening to everybody else's reply.
So, Chair, we have 13 for, 21 against, 1 abstention, so the amendment has been defeated.
Madam Chairman, can I just reassure members and those watching that, you know, we absolutely will be bringing forward this piece of work as agreed in Cabinet yesterday, and we look forward to having it
Councillor
back
Fox,
here, of course.
we need to return to the original recommendations now. Thank you. Right, so we had a proposal from Councillor Murphy, was it? I've lost track now. Who proposed this recommendation? Councillor John. Do we have a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Murphy, thank you. Does anybody wish to comment on this before we go to another vote? We're going to vote on the original recommendation now then. All those in favour? Get it right this time. Not in favour? Any abstentions? Thank you. I'm going to suggest at this moment we have a break because this has been quite a lengthy item. So 10 minutes, please, councillors. Councillors, I think we'll resume now. Please take your seats. We still have quite a lot of items to get through on the agenda, so I ask for your patience, and let's hope that things will calm down a little bit. I'm now going to introduce, well, I don't need to introduce our, and what's your actual title? Julie, come on. Social Care, Safeguarding and Health Annual Director's Performance Report. So Julie, thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really pleased to be here bringing what has been a bit of a labour of love, I think it's fair to say, bringing together the annual Director's Report. This is a report that is required to be published. There are 22 of these across Wales, all following the same format. It's fair to say I've taken a different approach this year, which I'm going to explain as we go forward. I'm just going to ask Nicola if she'll press us on. Just want to double check before I get going. How many people have been able to link into the Sway? Ooh, quite a few. Okay, great, lovely. I'm going to just do a bit of an advert, really. We've got two people sat at the back, Sophie Cook and Anna Fithian, who are the gurus in this this arena and have really helped support the development of this report, which I'm hoping members are going to enjoy. It is very rich in data. It pulls together a lot of different evidence sources. So you have the data that we have to publish on a quarterly basis that goes into our regulators, and our performance framework, which we bring through the select committees, has all of that data included. But what we've tried to do is really reach out. One of the challenges around the Social Services and Wellbeing Act is that it really is about including people. So with that in mind, we took this approach, which was very much about putting out to the workforce who deliver social care on our behalf every day, how can they bring forward evidence that demonstrates that we're meeting the quality standards? So I'm going to go through some of the quality standards just as a headline. You will see from the report and from going into the actual SWAY, as it's called, that it's made up of a number of things. So we have PowerPoint presentations, which actually frame a lot of the work that goes on in children's and adult services. We have got lots of images, and I think it's been really important to put those in as a sort of touchstone, and also bringing the work of social services to life. I could have come in with a performance report, which of course is included, but actually trying to bring some of this to life and actually helping that speak to a much wider audience, because not only is this report for yourselves, it has a much wider reach. And the aim this time round has been to try and actually create a product, if you like, that is accessible to people who use our services. Now, the test will be, is that actually going to work? I've had some initial feedback already, which I will feed into you at the end. I'm just going to scroll down the screen, and for those of you who've had a chance to dip in and out, great. What I'm saying to yourselves and to everybody is, this is, in a sense, is a gift that keeps giving. That's the way of putting it, I suppose, in that it isn't a report that is started, finished, and put on the shelf. This is going to live. It will be added to, and it will also act as a repository for us to put further evidence into. So we're going to use this to build forward. I recognise that it's long, although it's not hugely, or I don't believe, overly wordy. I'm hoping that it is concise and that it has been seen in that way, but it tries to touch all the sides of what we're doing. So I'm just going to scroll down. Those of you who may have it open, you can do the same, but if not, you can see it on the screen. Obviously, it isn't huge because it's as it is. So the report starts with a bit of an overview from myself, a bit of a foreword. What I did want to do, if this is okay, is just show the first clip. Just out of interest, I'm going to click on a film here, which is the one that's the animated one. How many people have seen that before I do it? Oh, not many. Great. So I will in that case, because I think it'll give you an overarching frame of what it is that we're trying to do. This is across the whole of our work. So I shall just press on that now. That's the DIY.
Live their own lives. We are talking with people in Monmouthshire and listening to what matters to you and changing how we do things, putting ideas into action. We are changing the ways we support people to stay well. Why are we doing this? Because demand for care and support is increasing, and people are living longer, so it will keep increasing, while budgets are decreasing. We listened to what mattered to you and changed the way we worked based on what you told us was important. Working with you in an integrated way, looking at how we deliver our services, how you get in touch with us, and the conversations we have about what matters to you. Recording what we need to know and sharing this when it's helpful. And how we work with you to find solutions. You tell us what matters to you is, I want a job, I want to feel safe, I want friends, I want to be independent, I just want human contact. This is the biggest one. We talk about what you have, your assets and gifts and strengths. These could be skills, family, friends and networks, what you have now. And then we talk with you about how we can combine what you have and what your family, friends and local community has with the care and support you need from us. We combine together what we have and work with you to plan. What do you have that can help you live the life you choose? How can we help you to live the life you choose? Creating support personal to you. We're designing our services around people and developing an integrated approach to how we support you. With a clear focus on what is most important to you, developing a sense of place and community, supporting your choices and opportunities, building your networks and relationships, putting you first through relationship-based care. Supporting you to do the things you want to do when you want to do them, with the people you want to do them with. We are changing the way we do things and having different conversations with you, so you can live the life you choose. Helping people live their own lives.
Okay, so I think that just gives a really, comprehensive view. Sorry, I had the microphone down there because the speaker's not working. It gives a comprehensive view of what we're trying to do in a sort of strategic sense. So if I just leave that and go back to the text. What I began to say was that obviously there's a wide mix of information in here. One of the things I wanted to just quickly flick through, which some of you may have done, is the 6 quality standards by which Welsh Government, in effect, hold us to account. So one of the asks, as I said earlier, was to actually gather as much evidence as we can around these 6 quality standards as laid out in the Act. So I'm going to read them because I think they're very important. We will work with people to define and co-produce well-being outcomes. We will work with people and partners to protect, promote physical and mental health and well-being and emotional well-being. We will support people to safely develop and maintain healthy domestic, family and personal relationships. And we will encourage and support people to learn, develop and participate in society. We will work with and support people to achieve a greater economic well-being, have a social life and live in suitable accommodation that meets people's needs. We will take steps to protect and safeguard people from abuse, neglect and harm. So those are the big standards that we are trying to evidence against. So just in terms of some of the priorities that we are using to frame our work moving forward, For those of you who were around last year, Claire Marchant, who would have come in and presented her report, there was a very long list of priorities. We've actually tried to refine those into some broader themes that capture a lot of the activity that is happening both in our service improvement plans and links to the corporate plan and other plans. So actually tried to rationalise that down a little bit. In terms of going into the specific overview and my summary of children's services and adult services, members will see that we have given a little bit of a scorecard that gives what I call the scores on the door, some of the higher level important information that you would want to be appraised on. So I'm not going to go into that into detail because I shall summarise in a moment. But in terms of children's services, if I start with children's services, I think it's fair to say that there's been a lot of activity, and certainly in the last 12 months, moving from a 3-year programme that's been about trying to sustain a workforce to actually get the right approach moving forward and really build a foundation for the future. The next 2 years, which is itemised in here, is very much about a practice focus. So it's about really improving the practice of when we're knocking on people's doors and actually making sure that our practitioners are feeling confident about what it is that we're asking them to do. The other area in children's services that has been a great area of progress is the early intervention and prevention agenda. Smallish scale at the moment, but beginning to really impact. But there's a long way to go, and I think I would reference it in that way. In terms of fostering, again, this was something that came up in our our joint select committee, which is why isn't fostering on one of the priority areas? In a sense, the uptake of fostering for Monmouthshire is just a permanent area of activity for us. Anybody who was at USC show at the weekend will see that we had a lovely thank you event for our foster carers, which was well attended, and we are truly thankful to our foster carers for all that they do, but we need more of them, and we need to keep that recruitment drive moving forward. What is happening is that we are being very successful at that, but actually we're not able to keep pace because of the demand that is rising. So on to the issue about looked after children in our system, the numbers are going up. And actually this is a feature across the whole of Wales. There are many factors that contribute towards that. It is not just one single issue. And one of the challenges for us is actually that balance of keeping foster care recruitment high, really making intervention when we need to intervene, and there are a range of issues around that are actually featuring in terms of that demand rising. Briefly moving into adult services, again, scores on the door, some of the high-level data that appears later in the report, in the reporting framework. Again, a strategic PowerPoint stack that says, where are we going with adult services? What is it all about? I'm not going to go all through that now. In terms of some of the progress and challenges from an adult perspective, some of the progress around place-based working, again, mirroring the children's services, early intervention, into place, reducing social isolation, really getting up alongside people, enabling people to volunteer and contribute. These have all been very important areas of progress over the last numbers of years, but definitely in the last 12 months as well. We have been really active at using partners in co-working, if you like, with partners in the third sector, and really looking to maximise the asset that we've got alongside other people. That's all right. Just in terms of the adult agenda from a challenge point of view, similar to, I suppose, in a sense, there's lots of mirroring. So we need foster carers. We also need care at home workers. We need lots of people in our domiciliary care services. We are actively involved in that recruitment campaign, be that nationally, locally and regionally, to really update the image of social care and actually ensure that we are able to recruit. Is it something I said? It's yeah, is that what it is? That's what it is. Paul says it's the foster carers ringing in saying they want a part of the, or some care. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Just in terms of how we're looking to address some of those issues from an adult perspective, in terms of the lack of care workers in the service, we have a programme of work which we've had ongoing for a few years now called Turning the World Upside Down, which is looking to bring parity to that market. So actually where we have care workers in our market, they are salaried, you know, they have the benefits that come with working for a local authority, actually looking to make sure that that is part and parcel of what we procure out into the market alongside that. But also creating a model of support that is based on relationships, that is based on a place, that actually really meets people where they are, moves away from a time and task approach to much more of a relational approach. And we're seeing that bringing some of that into play is going to be how we sustain a future model. The other area from an adult's perspective, again, legislation, good thing, came into the adults' world around safeguarding, but what's happened is the threshold for adult safeguarding has been lowered. So what happens is now, and obviously members will have had training and our workforce has had training around the duty to report. So the good news is more people are aware of what issues are relating to adults who require safeguarding, but actually that turns into volume and demand that we have to manage, and we've seen a very steep increase in that area of our work. Small matter of building a care home. I better just mention that as well. So we alluded to it a little bit earlier, but obviously we are looking to re-provide what we have in Severnview at the moment into what hopefully will be a state-of-the-art dementia care provision. So that, again, that's over the coming years, but again, quite excited about that. So chapter 2 is about how people are shaping our services. This is a area of our work that I am particularly proud of, but also requires further development. One of the requirements that Welsh Government put upon us, and rightly so, is how are people, the citizens, involved in shaping what we do? We take that very, very seriously, and we've actually been able to see some really good examples of where that is biting. So be that care leavers, and some members who are part of the corporate parenting panel have had the joy, I think, of being involved in a number of events with our care leavers, who we are getting some really important feedback from about how we shape the future, which we're very pleased about, and we're going to be continuing with that piece of work. The other areas that I will just briefly mention, but I think they're very important, and I expect next year for us to have even more examples of how people are shaping, but these are the examples that we've chosen this year. So children with disability, they had a service provision for respite that was getting a little bit tired, and bringing parents and young people together to shape, well, what does that service need to look like for the future, has been a very challenging but also incredibly rewarding exercise, and actually means that the shape of that service will hopefully, when we are able to commission that, will be fit for purpose. So I think it's an illustration of how we're shifting that focus. People will have heard, and it's in the report as well, about My Mates. I think they've even been to council to talk to you. Again, and I was at Usk Show on Saturday, and there was a whole gaggle of people from My Mates there. The great success story, as far as I'm concerned, is we used to, not that many years ago, we used to provide day provision that felt a little bit staid, and, you know, I use the word warehousing, which is not particularly edifying, but I think that is a good description. We now have people with relationships, families, you know, moving into life in a way that the rest of us do every day. I think we should be proud as Monmouthshire for actually sponsoring that approach and ensuring that those people are driving how that service, if you like, isn't really a service, how that movement is working. And then finally, the other example I'd just use is Monmouthshire Meals. Very close to lots of people's heart. Peter's delivered it for us in the winter. You know, there's all sorts of really good stories around our Monmouthshire Meal service. But again, we've been doing some work with the people who received that service to say, and our staff have raised that actually these people are very isolated, and even though we're popping in, they're needing more support. So there's been a useful survey that's just been carried out that's going to hopefully help us shape how that service moves forward into the future. So again, these are really, I make no excuse for labouring these points, because I think this is the heart of what we do, actually ensuring that the people who we support are integral to that delivery. Chapter 3, as I mentioned before, the 6 quality standards, there is loads of information in here. So it's got all the data, it's got links to other key documents that people would want to potentially read over quite a period of time. And it also has some of the lovely stories that actually people who are supported by us have given their stories, which has been great. So I'm not going to go into all the details around those. What I will do is, just in terms of summary, get to the bottom. Oh, there's lots. Okay. Sorry, chapter 4 is again, it's one of the areas where we have to comment on how do we govern, how do we plan, how do we use money, how do we develop our workforce. Interesting, certainly from my perspective, we are looking at how do we grow our own workforce, and how do we invest more money into growing our own workforce. And I'm particularly talking around our social workers. It applies to everything, but particularly when it comes to social work. What we're finding is that when we, in a sense, promote our own, develop our own and sponsor that route into qualification, the return for us is massive, and the commitment and the loyalty, and we've seen that in what I call medium scale over the last numbers of years, and I think we're looking to see how we can actually scale that up. So I'm just going to finally I suppose, share some feedback. Taking a bit of a risk doing the report in this way, I think it's fair to say, and certainly some of our comments in joint select committee, you know, it's a new format, you've got to dip in and out, you know, etc. But I wanted, like I said, this to be accessible to the wide range of people. This went out to the whole workforce in social care this week. Had some fantastic feedback. You know, not everybody is going to write in, but, you know, those people that have. And there's been a couple of comments that I'd like to share with you, if that's okay. So one was from a administrative assistant in Children's Services who would appear to have read this week and just basically said, the sway is fab, really engaging, and as someone working at the front line, I really appreciate the information being made available to us in such a format, as it makes it digestible during a lunch break. So I was very impressed with that. I thought that was fantastic. So she read it in a lunch break and then messaged and said, you know, so I think for me, it's a really important fact that actually somebody right at the front line has said, oh, I get this. Because for me, it's about connection. It's about relationships. And then finally, the other feedback that I'd like to give you, when you do get a chance to go through this in any detail, you will see a picture of a gentleman who's holding a baby, and it's called Keith's Story. And I was a little anxious because, unfortunately, Keith has now passed away. He'd been receiving support at Mardy Park, and I was a bit unsure about using the picture, so I asked if somebody would make some inquiries. I don't think we expected this. So his daughter wrote back to the member of staff and said, thank you very much for sending me a copy of Dad's story and fabulous photo. I have read and reread it several times this afternoon and can imagine Dad telling his story, bless him. Dad was extremely happy during his time at Mardy Park. He loved the company and the friendships he formed and always wanted to help in whatever way he could, despite his arthritis in his back and his legs. He was always the same like that. Dad loved being the barista for Derry. Now, Derry is the rehab unit, so he was obviously the guy who did the coffee, which is great, and enjoyed making special coffee for everyone. It was good for him to be able to do so, to feel valued, and helped him massively with his confidence. I remember how happy he was at being part of Stacey's pregnancy and how thrilled he was when she brought the baby in for him to hold. The photo shows him looking proud as punch. Mardy Park was amazing for Dad. It has the perfect mix of care, love and support for all who spent time there, and just as important, the support that gets provided to family members in knowing their loved one is being cared for as if they were their own. Living so far away and having my own health issues, Mardy Park and indeed all the supporting staff provided me with peace of mind, knowing that Dad was happy and loved. I could never thank you all enough. Everyone went above and beyond, always, and I'm truly grateful. Thank you so much for sharing this beautiful piece with me, and I wish you all the very best. So, for me, when I received that, I thought that was, lovely. I think it's also a very good example of what goes on every single day in our world. So we have the not so good stuff. So, we have complaints, but we have an awful lot of people who are, very grateful for the support that we provide. We couldn't do it without all the support that we get from the wonderful frontline staff. It's not to say that it's an easy area to work in. I mean, when you look through this, you'll see some of what I call the gritty bits that we've put in there to try and give people a real sense of what goes on day to day. So there are some gritty bits from the adult world, there's some from the safeguarding world, and there's some from the children's world. And I'd urge you to delve in and poke around in that. And certainly I'm happy to take questions, and I'm also happy to keep adding to this as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Boothroyd. That was very well presented, and for taking us through your first annual report. So thank you very much. Do we have any questions? As Julie's kindly indicated she would take questions. Councillor Petroni.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report. It's a really good report. I have dipped in and out. I haven't read all of it during my lunch break, so I'm sorry about that. I went to the foster carers event in our show. That was really nice, really beautiful event, I thought, and across the political piece, there was quite a few of us there, and we all showed our support, and it was lovely giving the bouquet of flowers from the leader to the parents who have done it, so that was nice. And also the challenging services piece with third sector, I attended that as well. Was it a couple of months ago? No, I know there's a recent one, and that was interesting, and getting feel for all those stories in a deeper sense. So I appreciate that. There's two questions. One is the Welsh Government trying to impose targets of reducing lack children. Have we told them where to go? And we don't want targets like that. It's whether children deserve the services or not, based on a professional assessment, not hitting a target. And second, there's been a spate of reports across the country around adults who have become adults, so they left the children's services, but they're not older adults, if you know what I'm saying. So they're like in the middle, like 16, 17, 18, 19, vulnerable adults though. And the standards of care they receive either at home or in homes is lax. And there's been some horrific reports around sexual abuse of these, and that the inspections aren't, if they happen, are great. Can you please reassure me about this level? It might be in the report, I didn't see it, but if I missed it, I'm very, very sorry. But I know it's a very pressing thing at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Petruni. The first question, and I know there's a question later that's going to answer some of this, but I'm quite happy to go over some of that territory. I think it's fair to say that when the request came around or the language that was being used around targets, there was a recoil, which is targets are not useful, it doesn't help. And so I think we had some very robust conversations with Welsh Government as a community across our Association of Directors, but also heads of children's services had exactly the same conversations. We were part of a 22-wide authority review where a number of us sat for a good number of hours being able to explain exactly why we didn't think target was the right way to go. I think it's fair to say we've been held to come up with a plan, which we've come up with a plan, but I think it's fair to say that plan was already in motion. So, it's not as if this was a surprise that somehow the numbers had gone up and that we need to get them down. I think your point about, children first, it's all about safety. So by the time sometimes children come to our attention, we have no choice other than to intervene. Hence why some of the early intervention stuff is really key and important, but also why some of that early intervention stuff is making the numbers go up, because we're getting in earlier. So there are many determining factors here. But I think it's fair to say that the community, if you like, around social care has lobbied really hard. We've all submitted our plans, and in fact we're going to an event in a couple of weeks' time where there's going to be some peer learning around the whole of Wales. But we've taken quite a firm stance on that. In terms of the issues around adults and abuse, and, when these cases hit the news, they are terribly shocking. In terms of assurance, clearly our regulator is CIW, and we have new legislation that they regulate against. I think the assurance that I'd want to give you is that we really endeavour to know all the people that we've got placed everywhere, and that we follow those people through. I think there's more that we could do, and that's across the piece, not just younger people, but older people as well. But there are systems in place, but unfortunately sometimes nasty things happen despite that. I think for me it's about the culture and the sense of purpose of an organisation, and that's something that we look at really keenly, which is who's leading, are the values right, and are we actually seeing the outcomes for individuals? That's the focus for us when we're in any monitoring of those scenarios. But I'd like to say that that's how we assure ourselves.
Quick question on that point. There's a loophole, I'm led to believe, where because they're deemed as adults, a carer can engage in sexual intercourse because they're deemed as an adult, despite their vulnerability in making, being able to give proper consent to that relationship. Is that something we've come up with or come across in our social services? It's a fiendishly difficult area, I know, but I just wonder if we could have a focus on that, because I've heard some cases in my ward, some horrific cases where basically young women are being abused, and I just want to make sure we're on top of it.
In terms of the young people that you're talking about, I'd like to know. If you could tell me what those issues are, we'd definitely want to know about that. I suppose I'm a little unclear about who you're talking about. So I'm thinking when you're talking 16 and 17-year-olds, there aren't many people that we'll have some people who are placed residentially as part of our potentially looked after cohort, but also we have children with disabilities as well. So I think we just need some clarity about who you're talking about, and I'm quite happy to follow that up separately if that's okay.
Councillor Grocott.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the report, and please stick at it in its current format, because there is so much in there that I really enjoyed delving in and out, and it's really illuminating. I was impressed when we heard at Select Committee about what you call turning the world upside down, and this process of trying to work in a really positive way with external providers and so on. But I have concerns. The end of last week, I met an old friend and colleague of mine who's a government lawyer working on Operation Yellowhammer, and it was seriously scary. Yellowhammer, of course, is the bird whose song is supposed to sound like a little bit of bread and no cheese, and I really do think that's very apt for what might happen if Britain drops out of Europe with no deal. One of the areas that was specifically highlighted in Yellowhammer is the fragility of much of private provider care in social services. I was wondering if you and colleagues had done any work on that area, should that happen in a very short time now.
Yes, we're constantly working on this. I think it's fair to say that even before the Brexit word, we've had fragility in the market. So it's a constant striving to ensure that we have got a market for Monmouthshire. One of the challenges that we have is that recruiting people to work in care in Monmouthshire is more difficult than, say, some of our neighbouring authorities who don't have the same issues. So we started this piece of work, I suppose, a long time ago because we could foresee that actually the fragility was there. What we have with our providers is excellent relationships. They've been on this path with us to create the approach around the Turning the World approach for the last 3 and a bit years. So the relationships are strong, and certainly I can use Winter as an example. when we get into some of the crisis territory where the hospitals are full and we're trying to get people out. Because of the closeness of those relationships and those working practices where we see our providers in effect working with us in our together, we can actually mobilise very quickly, and we see lots of cooperation between our own services and external services to solve the problem. So I think that's a real strength. One of the challenges around Brexit, obviously, some of the assurance work that we've been doing is looking at how many EU nationals may we have in our workforce that may actually need to get settled status, and are they going to go back to the... That isn't really a feature of our workforce in Monmouthshire. It's tiny, tiny numbers. In fact, hardly any for us. That's not an issue. But we're working hard to make sure that we keep that market as stable as we can as we move forward. And Brexit is just another factor. It isn't hopefully, she says, not a showstopper.
Councillor Thomas.
Thank you very much, Diolch yn fawr, for that comprehensive report. I've in a sense, seen it twice now because I chaired the Joint Select and I'm on the corporate parenting group. One thing I really want to say is the issue that you said about people shaping services, and I attended along with the chair, Councillor Penny Jones, the care leavers engagement evening. And of all the things that I've done or perhaps not done in the council, that was one of the best things that I've attended. In terms of really listening to young people who are in challenging circumstances, and when they've come out of care and then they have to hit the world within reason in some ways on their own, whereas other children have their parents there to support them when they go to university or work or break up of relationships, etc. Those young people are in quite a difficult position. And I would commend that heartily and say that that is something we need to do more and more. It's quite easy perhaps for us on the committee to say, well, this is what young people want or this is what children want. That event showed us what they wanted, and I think we've changed some things like giving them leisure passes. I was amazed they didn't have a leisure pass. When, if you're over 60 and you might be earning 60,000 a year, you can have a free leisure pass. But if you're an 18-year-old care leaver on 58 quid a week, you can't. But that's been changed. And I think, that is, that's just a small practical part that's come out of it. And I really commend that. And I commend the things that I've seen in terms of children's services. It is very, very commendable. But one thing that sort of challenges me, and certainly speaking to some of the foster carers, and I know we're doing a great recruitment job, and we live in a county which is quite difficult to recruit people at, as it were, lower salaries or wages. But I think we really need to look at that. And I think, let's be honest, we need to look at how much we pay them, because that is part of the recruitment, and people don't do it purely, as it were, for the money, but everybody has to live and survive. And I think we need to look at that, because perhaps if we raised the allowances, we could cut down on, for want of a better word, using sort of cover foster. If you can't cover foster care within the authority, we have to send those children elsewhere. And personally, I don't think that's good for them. You want to try and keep them as close to home as possible. But also, it's costing us a lot more, because those agencies are purely profit-making organisations. And I don't think they have the complete interest of the children at heart. They look at their bottom line. And I wonder if we can look at that. And I'm also concerned, as Dimitri said, but looking at what's happening in England, okay, children, or young adults rather, who are older, but they're going into rented accommodation, and some of it is not sort of looked at, and they are vulnerable. Absolutely. And there was a report on BBC TV last night, and that does concern me, because again, if you're in a position, fortunate position, you've got both your parents and you're 27, if something goes wrong, you can phone mum and dad and get that support and get that advice. Whereas if you're a care leaver, perhaps you haven't got that. So those are the three things. But thank you very much. It was an excellent report.
Did you want me to respond to them?
I wonder about the fostering.
Okay, the fostering. Yeah. No, just in terms of the fostering piece, it is, you know, the people who put themselves forward to be foster carers, you know, in lots of ways, it is a vocation, because actually, you know, meeting some of those foster carers at the weekend, when tiny babies and, you know, you know, you do question, gosh, could I do that? You know, and part of what we do as part of that process is really understanding the motivation. Yes, people need to earn money, and there is a piece of work going on at the moment that's looking across the fees across the Gwent area to look at, you know, whether or not, I don't believe that would be the only thing that would increase it might make it a little bit more attractive, but you've still got to get the right people through the door. I think the other thing that we've seen a big rise in is kinship fostering. So actually we're fostering into families, which obviously is part of our numbers as well. So it's a much more complex mix. And when we break down the figures and look at all the, you know, the computations, it isn't just one thing, but I'm more than happy to take that back to Jane and make sure that gets fed in.
Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations again on your report. And I nearly called you Laura then again. I have a bit of a trouble with words and names, as you know. I'd just like to congratulate you and your team, because I think the approach you're taking is absolutely the right one. And as you know, I've attended some meetings I'll be attending next week. And we've spoken at length about integrating the third sector and other people. So, you know, there's a resource that we must use to the best of our ability. And I think you're trying to do that, which is commendable. But in another capacity as a Deputy Chair of the Community Health Council, there's a lot to talk about integrating social services and health, which again is something I think is the right approach. But obviously that has implications for you in terms of resource and what you can do and can't do. So I just wonder what your thoughts are on how we progress that and what you would need in order to make that an efficient move forward. Thank you.
Yes, Brian. I think it's a really good question. I think I have commented a little bit in the report about our integrated approach. So we have had an integrated platform for about 15 years or more now, whereby in co-locating a workforce across health and social care, particularly in adults. So there's a whole different debate in children's, but in adults, we've got nurses, social workers, physios, OTs, psychologists, the whole gambit, working together in integrated hubs. Now, that's still working for 2 organisations, but the line management of that, those hubs, as we call them, is in our gift. I think the other level to this is the work through the Regional Partnership Board, and certainly Penny and I are involved in some work with the Bevan Commission that's looking strategically at what might that look like in further iteration in years to come. I think it's fair to say we're pro that, because actually what happens in Monmouthshire is if you are supported through an integrated service, chances are you're going to see 1 or 2 people. If you are supported in another county, you might have many different people coming because it's not integrated. So we've always fought hard to make sure that everything is seamless around the person. So for us, it is a challenge. No 2 ways about it. You know, it doubles the work in lots of ways, but ultimately it's the right thing for the person. So we are keen to engage in that discussion going forwards, definitely.
Councillor Pavia.
Thank you, Chair. And can I just thank the Chief Officer for presenting a report. It was great to see such a citizen-centred, outcome-focused report that was really well presented in a unique and novel way. Health and social care is one of the key elements of the foundation economy and has been stated as a priority by Welsh Government. The Chief Officer will know that Section 16, Part 2, Section 16 of the Social Services and Wellbeing Act places a statutory duty on local authorities to actively promote social enterprises, cooperatives, third sectors and user-led organisations to provide care and support around preventative services. Social businesses, without doubt, are becoming an increasingly important part in policy circles, and they've been seen as a means to rebalance the economy, a move away from shifting that emphasis away from profit maximisation to community benefit. And it's undoubtedly a fact that social businesses are a key component of Welsh Government's ambition about creating an inclusive growth, an economy which has inclusive growth and considered size and performance, particularly in social care. For me, in the report, I didn't feel that there was enough emphasis on how we're promoting social enterprise. Yes, we're doing a huge amount with the third sector, but you know, colleagues and officers will know the Economy and Development Select Committee is doing a lot of work in its review on the LDP, particularly around the economies for future work for Monmouthshire. How are we going to shape that vision and aspiration for local and regional economy? And it's clearly developing social enterprise could be a really important element of that work. Another key element is obviously around our procurement strategy and how we maximise our procurement spend across all departments. As I said, there's a real opportunity, I think, for Monmouthshire to develop and grow the social enterprise sector. Not only that we come up with local and bespoke solutions to the challenges that we face, but we also create a circular effect where we try and ensure the money is maximised within the authority, and we ensure that every pound that we spend is hopefully reinvested in services and increases the prosperity of our residents. I don't know whether the Chief Officer is aware that Social Businesses Wales did a mapping exercise and created a report just before the summer on social value businesses in Wales. And unfortunately, of the 22 local authorities, Monmouthshire's at the bottom. And in terms of Gwent, I mean, the Gwent as a whole doesn't feature very well, but Monmouthshire is certainly suboptimal in terms of where I think we are as a really forward-thinking authority. So I know the Gwent Social Value Forum is still relatively new and is still sort of finding its way in this area and is developing value in this area. But I just wondered what we could do as an authority working across departments to actively promote social enterprises to strengthen the social care market, which is, you know, as members suggested, is fragile, and you know, Brexit I don't think is going to help that. But obviously, how we do that to make this county and its residents more prosperous, which is obviously another key element of the Future Generations Act. Thank
you. Can I just very quickly say on the, you know, the whole movement around social firms and, you know, the Wales Cup, we've done a lot of work in previous years because we thought we could actually capitalise on the Act. When we've really looked into this, the enterprises that we're talking about are so small that actually they wouldn't be able to sustain. The only enterprise that we've got currently working is a direct payment user-led cooperative that is in probably 2 and a bit years in it's going to take some time, and I think we're very open to those conversations. But our experience has been that it's been really tricky to get it off the ground.
Councillor Taylor.
Just very brief point, Chair. We obviously had Julie's report to adults to the Joint Select Committee, and indeed it is a new format and very helpful, I think, in illustrating the actual human face of what the services deliver, although a little difficult initially for members to get a hang of in some cases, I think. The one point I just wanted to make was I've been out this morning to Margie Park Resource Centre, which I've not been there before. I came back with some beans and some courgettes, which was a complete win-win. But the real point is the services, the clear diversity of services that exist there are, well, I think incredibly integrated. They clearly perform an incredibly valuable service. And I spoke to a number of carers and a number of people who were using services there. And I'm not going to go over any ground we covered in the Select, but one point I just kind of thought, and if you live close by, if you live in that locality, you can access that, what seems to be a brilliant service. However, if you don't, and you live elsewhere in Monmouthshire, there doesn't exist, you know, perhaps an equality of service across the piece, and that's something which I think we have to consider you know, as we take things forward, because clearly, you know, we've got a whole host of priorities in your report, but I couldn't think of any other provision like that, mirroring those kinds of services, which clearly provide valuable services for carers. If we go to your report, we note that, you know, actually fairly low numbers of carers feel that they have the right support, and that's clearly a vital issue into the future. So I just wondered really if there were any wider comments on that point of access. Thank you, Julie.
Interesting. Yes, there are, if you like, the philosophy that underpins Mardy Park is the philosophy that underpins the approach around the integrated hubs across Monmouthshire. So even though Chepstow Community Hospital is a hospital, you will find the same support provision in a different format, because obviously it's in a different building, but the emphasis, so for example, links with the Palmer Centre, our community coordinators creating the same offer around volunteering, around support to groups that provide relief from, you know, social isolation. So they're in different formats in different buildings. Monovale in Monmouth is the other integrated hub. And latterly we have a hub in Usk, albeit it can be sometimes seen as a staff base. The work that is carried out from that is on a par. The thing that those places don't have is the wonderful gardens where you can get your beans, but you know, the philosophy and the approach, they're all at different stages of development. I do take the point about if you live in Abergavenny, you know, you're going to get the same offer, but in probably different buildings and with a different emphasis and a different level of development. But the philosophy is the same. It's all about that social connection, connecting people to things that happen in communities, the same reablement approaches, the same rehab approaches, you know, both at Monovale and in Chepstow Hospital. So I think it's useful to see them all in the round. They all have slightly different bits, but the philosophy runs through in the same way. It'd be good for you to go and look at the others as a comparison, really, yeah.
We have 3 more members who would like to make some points, and then I think we'll... okay, 4 then. Let the Cabinet member. Right, so Councillor Easton, and then we will take the recommendation that we accept the report.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd like to compliment you on the format you presented this in, this SWAY. Never heard of SWAY before. It's quite iterative, where you can go from one group to another, one action to another, and open that out within your report. Is this a format that we can see in the future? Because it's quite iterative. Is that the right word? I think it's quite. It was well presented. We met this the other day in the select committee, where I never met Sway before, but I've got to compliment you on the programme. Thank you.
Councillor Fox.
Not to add too much to what's already been said, just a big thank you, Julie. I think it's a really great format, as we've shared already. I think that the way that it's very honest as well, and you know, with the feedback piles and the case studies, and being able to actually get a real feel, in-depth feel for the service. It's a service sometimes that many of us don't get immersed in until we really come up against it within our communities, our family lives, and you know, you know, you've got so much information in here to access, and so I like the format. I like the interaction. I think it might be useful, we've already discussed this, about how we actually signpost people to the key bits of really good information which they might not find through the 80 pages. You know, I think that would be really helpful, a guide to it, so that they can actually, you know, really submerge themselves in some of the good work that is going on, and it's some really amazing work. And can I also take the opportunity while I'm on my feet to thank our foster carers and for what you did and the initiative you took with Penny and others to bring that to and celebrate those good people at the Usk show last week. I thought it was really nice. It was a privilege to be part of it.
Thank you. Councillor Greenland.
Thank you, Chair. When we make a new appointment of a Director of Social Services, we do so really not knowing quite what the outcome will be. What we want most of all is that we will be putting the service in safe hands. And I can now say without any doubt that we made the right choice, that we have the service not only in safe hands, but in hands which will take a very challenging service under demanding future needs forward for us as well. And I'm really pleased with all that we've seen, and I look forward to actually the service progressing under your leadership even more. Thank you.
Councillor Howarth.
Thank you, Chairman, and I just echo the deputy leaders and the leaders summing up of the report and of all the officers we have who are working within the times, which they are very trying, and they do exceptional work. May I just ask Julie, following on from the Saint-Pierre issue we had the latter end of last year, latter end of the year before, to be honest with you, we in the Select Committee actually brought forward that we should have a corporate vision and a corporate view and perhaps a policy in place to look at dementia within the whole of Monmouthshire, and that came around from the Crick Road establishment being brought forward. Are we going to move that forward for the long-term vision of this authority for dementia and all them kinds of things which happen with people, the illnesses that occur? We do know nationally there are major hurdles to go over with these illnesses that people have and happens to them, and it is a thing which we need to probably have some focus and vision on long term. And I think that was one reason why the Select Committee and the Council, we thought have a strategic direction, just not centre. And I think that follows on from Councillor Taylor's point there, is it's okay to concentrate on perhaps one area and do something different in another area, but actually a strategic direction is probably the best way forward, so we strategically deliver on an authority level, not just on an area level. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think it's fair to say that we're very passionate about supporting people with dementia. We invested in a very extensive training programme for touching around 600 staff. And that's not just our own staff, it's across the whole of the independent sector as well. We have strategically made a decision to keep a care home and actually develop that as a dementia specialist care home. And the reason for that was to be able to provide further support to the whole of Monmouthshire. Now, obviously, it's going to be sited in one place, but there is a real clear focus around supporting people with dementia from an in-house perspective. But equally, we have to have a workforce that is able to deliver support on an individual basis. So I take your point about different illnesses, but it's about meeting people where they are, understanding what matters to those individuals, and actually trying to meet that need as best we can. I think we have a clear strategy in terms of what we're doing to support people with dementia. I might have missed a part of the point, but I think it is pretty clear. Just going back to Councillor Taylor's point, I would urge you to come out and have a look at some of this in practice, because it might seem here that, you know, if you've seen one thing, you might think that that's not replicated everywhere. You know, Monmouthshire is a huge place that we have to provide support through all of those communities. It has different shapes in different places for valid reasons often. Where there are gaps, I think we've got to look at how we plug those gaps. But I'd urge you to come and look at some of that activity to perhaps get a good overview of that.
Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to thank Julie for giving this innovative presentation with such clarity and detail. It really has been a lot of hard work, and I thank you and your team for all that you've done. And also to say that, you know, I'm very proud to be working alongside your directorate, and you know, long may it continue. Just to go back to young carers, there was a point I'd like to make. You made it very well, Tudor, and also I think Dimitri mentioned it. But young carers have supporters who go above and beyond their duties in looking after them and working alongside, young care leavers, sorry, alongside them. And they have made many accomplishments, achieved many accomplishments. And perhaps we will bring, when we bring the report, we will go into more detail about that, if you'd like, when we bring the report to council. But the workers who work alongside them, looking after them at all times, including Christmas Day, is absolutely unbelievable. And I think, you know, their voices should be heard. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Julie. That's been an excellent report, and I think a lot of questions have been very well answered. And thank you, members, for those questions, because it is an important report, and it's the first time you've done it. I appreciate that. So well done. I'm now going to ask Council to approve your, as it says, the recommendation is to endorse the annual Statutory Director's Performance Report. Could I have somebody to move it, please? Councillor Petroni, somebody second. Councillor Jones. Can we all vote, please, in favour of acceptance? That's endorsed unanimously. Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is 9.1, Rights of Way Orders Decision Making. Councillor Richard John.
Thank you very much. This report proposes to streamline the decision-making process in improving closure, diversion and other orders to public rights of way. Since 2017, rights of way orders have been considered by the Licensing and Regulatory Committee, which then made a recommendation to the Cabinet member who made the final decision. It's for each local authority to decide whether such functions remain the responsibility of the member of the executive or are returned to a committee of full council, as was the case pre-2007. I feel it is timely to revisit these arrangements. The current system of proposals being considered by both the Licensing and Regulatory Committee and the Cabinet member can add between 6 and 8 weeks to the process and can be confusing to the public, particularly as the Licensing and Regulatory Committee is primarily a decision-making body. Members of the Licensing and Regulatory Committee already go through the relevant training in various aspects of reviewing evidence and applying relevant legal tests. This proposal today would streamline the process to one single stage decision, invest more responsibility in council rather than the executive, and gives the public a clearer decision-making process.
We have somebody who's going to move it, please. Right, Councillor Feakin, second. Councillor Jordan. Can we all vote on that, please? That's approved. Thank you all very much. Thank you. The next item is 9.2, Mon Life. Councillor Richard John, please.
We're racing through this now. Right. In April 2019, members confirmed their preferred model for the delivery of tourism, leisure, culture and youth services to transform in-house into Mon Life. While not statutory, many of the Mon Life services are critical to the preventative agenda and reducing the need for intervention by costly statutory services. Today, I'm inviting members to approve the Mon Life business plan, which sets out the strategic direction for these services, together with an increase in the revenue budget to restructure the leadership and enable services to become more commercially minded. Mon Life delivers a wide range of services for us, including our leisure offer, outdoor education services, museums, attractions, tourist information, sport development, green infrastructure, youth services and active travel. The business plan is aligned to our corporate plan objectives of ensuring the best possible start in life, promoting lifelong well-being, maximising the potential of the natural and built environment, and securing a thriving and well-connected county. The report includes financial projections for the next 5 years, including yesterday's Cabinet decision to adopt the Ealing ruling to exempt sporting facilities from VAT. Additional funding secured from yesterday's decision will be used to fund new roles across Mon Life services, enabling it to take a more commercial approach, including better marketing as well as partially funding some of the major investments across the service. It's projected that income from these services will increase by just over £1.1 million over the next 5 years, which will help to cover the cost of some capital investments. In the short term, recommendation 2.2 proposes an increase of just over £97,000 in the revenue budget for the next financial year. Leisure services are at the heart of our wellbeing agenda. Increased physical activity is beneficial for both physical and mental health, but has benefits way beyond the wellbeing of our citizens. It reduces the burden on the NHS, can help older people live active and independent lives. As one of the first councils in the UK to declare a climate change emergency, we recognise the importance of people leading physically active lives, including walking and cycling instead of travelling by car. Our leisure services have a close working relationship with primary healthcare and are taking on an increasing number of exercise referrals. Our services have a number of challenges ahead, including the announcement earlier this week from the Welsh Government that they're going to be scrapping free swimming. There are many people in Monmouthshire who, over the last 16 years, have benefited considerably from our free swimming scheme, and we have significant concerns about the impact that will have on both younger and older people. Earlier this year, Monmouth Leisure Centre reopened following our investment of £7.5 million, a state-of-the-art leisure facility which is more akin to a private members club than a council-run centre. It has new revenue-raising and community facilities, including soft play and a busy spa offering a full range of treatments. This is the gold standard of what we would like to deliver at all our leisure centres in the county. Appendix G sets out our ambitions for our capital investment programme. Now, the communities in Sevenside are growing following LDP growth and the abolition of the Severn Bridge tolls. And with a brand new 21st century school and plans approved for a £10 million revamp of the town centre, demand for housing in the area is high. A demand study has reported significant potential in the Caldecott area for membership growth at Caldecott Leisure Centre. Now, Cabinet agreed at the end of July to undertake a feasibility study to invest between £5.5 and £6 million in a full renovation of Caldecott Leisure Centre. Proposals are likely to include an extension of the fitness suite and the introduction of 2 studios, new changing facilities, a changing village and improved spa facilities, improvements to the pool area, a viewing area for the swimming pool, soft play and a cafe, redesign of the entrance and ground floor area, and outside changing facilities to be able to, so we can maximise use of the 3G pitch. Now, as I explained earlier, the new school in Abergavenny is an integral part of our school renewal programme. We would anticipate renewing the leisure centre, which, like all our leisure centres, shares a site with the secondary school, offering the opportunity to deliver a brand new education and wellbeing campus. At this stage, we're unable to identify costs or determine whether this will be a rebuild or a renovation. We will commission a feasibility study on that in due course. Earlier this year, the Gwent Outdoor Education Service was dissolved following the withdrawal of partner authorities in South East Wales, and as a result, our remaining 2 sites operate at a loss. We're committed to delivering an effective outdoor education service because we recognise the opportunities that outdoor education offers to young people. We will review the service and establish how we can invest to deliver an enhanced service, including an improved standard of accommodation. This is an ambitious business plan which sets out our goals in delivering tourism, leisure, culture and youth services more effectively and more efficiently in a way which makes them sustainable for the future through Mon Life. I hope members will recognise the contribution that these services make to a happier and healthier standard of living and a more sustainable way of life in this county. So I hope members will support this plan.
Councillor Petruni.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And we support this, and thank you for listening to us about keeping it in-house. It took us a couple of years for you to convince us, to convince you, but now you've made the right decision. I welcome Councillor John's reversal. I also noticed, I'm sure by quite accident, because he's very thorough usually, Councillor John neglected to mention Welsh Government's funding for the new leisure centre in Monmouth. So I'll thank them for him on his behalf. I'm sure it was just a slight admission. I have a few questions, though, technical questions, but questions nonetheless. 2.3, just wondering how that figure or ring-fence reactive property management was derived. I'm sure there was a methodology, but just why 25,000, why not less, why not more? Just a query on that. Another query on the rationale on splitting the portfolio between two cabinet members. I know in previous incarnations there was always an attempt to separate attractions and museums and arts and tourism, but I'm just wondering the rationale on the cabinet. That was all. Just a query on why that's been split up. Also, two other questions. One on the governance structure, Appendix E, page 221. And it seems to be that whoever the cabinet portfolio is, there's an obligation on the chief operating officer to liaise with the cabinet member or members on targets, achievements, and so forth. And I really looked, I read through Appendix E, and maybe I missed it, and I'm happy to accept that, but on the performance evaluation framework, at no point is the council ever referred to. So at no point does it ever come back. I'm not saying the council has to endorse it or really get involved, but at no point does it seem that the council holds the cabinet member or the chief operating officer in any sense accountable, responsible for their performance. I'm just wondering, is that deliberate? Is to exclude the council out of this and just keep it in the cabinet? Or have I just missed something which I'm happy to be corrected? Last thing on the money side. I noticed that the model's basically built on other income, which I presume is on sales, increased membership. Are we really confident of that, given the state of the market, potential recessions, Brexit, etc.? Is that really robust? And secondly, I noticed on staffing costs, on the Mon Life table in 2023-24, staffing costs jump quite noticeably just in that year by close to £400,000. I was just wondering why we predict such a jump in staffing costs in that year. Thank you.
Would you like to respond, Councillor John?
Yeah, thank you. I'll ask officers to respond to the technical points, if that's okay. On the cabinet portfolios, clearly I don't make appointments to cabinet, but I work very effectively with my colleague Paul Jordan, who has responsibility for tourist information centres, and we feel that this division of responsibilities is going to work really effectively. On performance, a performance and evaluation framework was approved by the Audit Committee in September 2018, which will be used to monitor performance, and this will be supported by annual delivery plans, which will be monitored by KPIs, and the resulting impact will be monitored, including case studies. So we feel that there's provision in place for monitoring, and obviously it will be scrutinised all the way through by select committees and in other arenas, including in this chamber.
Councillor Brown. Sorry, I wanted to make a comment in relation to page 214. If you look at that page, there's a table there that talks about the leisure centres, and it talks about investment in the Caldecott Leisure Centre of £5.5 million, and then it talks about investment in the Abergavenny area of presumably leisure centre of £8 million, and yet it goes through year 1 to year 5, and no mention at all of any investment in Chepstow Leisure Centre. And I'm a bit concerned about that area being left out, particularly when the 21st century school programme is supposed to come in 2024. So, why is there such an uneven distribution suggested of funds? And I'm very much hoping that this is just a very tentative investment strategy as opposed to a confirmed one, because I understand that the business case with regard to Caldecott Leisure Centre is being looked at the moment. Thank you.
Councillor John.
Okay, I'll come back on that very briefly. So until Monmouth reopened earlier this year, Chepstow was the leisure centre which was renovated most recently. The studies we've had undertaken into potential demand for leisure have concluded that Abergavenny and Caldecott are the areas with significant untapped potential in terms of increased memberships for those two leisure centres. And they would also be the two communities where we would be vulnerable if we were to continue in long term without investing in those two leisure centres. We believe that the leisure offer we have is really strong, and we think although it's a discretionary service, it's really important and we need to invest in it. But as I mentioned in my statement, we're committed to upgrading all our leisure centres up to what I said was the gold standard of what we've delivered in Monmouth. But clearly we can't upgrade all 4 overnight, but we need to be able to make the biggest impact we can on health and well-being. And as I mentioned, at the moment, those 2 towns are where there's this significant gap.
Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just say that, as the leader of the Labour Group, we're delighted it's been kept in-house. We think it's the right decision. I have to say and confess that personally, initially, I was in favour of the ADM proposal. It wasn't until I looked at it in detail that I changed my mind. I think from the Labour Group point of view, we would have liked to have seen that decision made earlier and perhaps saved ourselves some money, but nonetheless, it is the right decision. I have to say, when I evaluated the original ADM proposal, I did it on a commercial basis, and I don't think that's the right approach at all. Some time ago, Councillor Feakin and myself, we visited Monmouthshire Leisure Centre, and I realised then how much work goes on within the community, and there's a huge social return on the investment in these facilities. They have all sorts of knock-ons for all of those things that we are proposing to improve, like health and well-being and the rest of it. So the lesson for me was that we can't always look at things purely in commercial terms. Although I am in favour of it, I can feel the steel in my back now as I say these things. But and on a personal, and he's gone, yeah. But on a personal level, I have always tried to be as far as I can to help, and nobody is going to stop me doing that because for me, it's not about ideology, whether it's one side or the other. It's about the service we provide for the people that elected us, and if we can use the money that we have and maximise the benefits for it and use that for the benefit of the residents, then that's what we should be doing. So I will continue to, when I feel I can make a suggestion which helps do that, and I will continue when I feel it's not right to say that it's not right. But I think we're all working for the same aims, and hopefully at some stage we'll come together and work together, and there's a lot of good things happening, there's a lot of things that need improving, and there will never be a time when there aren't things that need improving. My concern has always been on the moving to a more commercial side of operation, that we have the management informations and the expertise to make that work. And I'm sure that our message has got through. I think we're moving in the right direction, but we need to do more on our management information systems. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Easton.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I support some of the comments that Councillor Davis has made, but I come back to the Caldecott Leisure Centre development, or the future potential development. It'd be important for the Sevenside members and the current member to be fully involved with your deliberations, because we've got a situation there which I believe is that we've got a 3G pitch which at the moment isn't quite wiping its face. We've got an all-weather pitch which I don't think is used at all, or very, very rarely. We installed we put lights on there, and we refurbished the pitch. We've got to find some ways now find ways of using those facilities to the best. The fact they're there, you can't rip them up. But I would like to see the Sevenside members be totally involved in the deliberations of the future, so we can make sure we get it right. Thank you.
Councillor Greenland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to first of all correct Councillor Petruni. He is under some misapprehension if he believes that there was a reversal of decision due to the lobbying of the Welsh of the Labour group during the period. What actually happened was that we investigated the possibilities of putting these services out into an arm's length organisation. And officers did a considerable amount of work to try and establish whether this was going to be a better form of delivery. And I remember at the very outset, I said, look, if we come back and we find that the only reason for doing this is a saving of the business rates by putting it into a charity or having part of the solution through a charity, that is not going to be sufficient, because it could well be that in the not too distant future, and there's still talk about this, that councils will be able to reclaim business rates, or not even pay business rates, on leisure centres. When the information came back, we were also faced with what we'll deal with is the Ealing ruling, or we dealt with the Ealing ruling, and which means effectively that we now have the advantage of being able to retain VAT on our membership rates, which obviously gives us another boost, which we have in-house. But the other important factor is that maybe 15, 20 years ago, the mindset of officers in this council was not commercially minded. I doubt whether officers 20 years ago could have taken on this service and looked at it in a commercial way. But that is not the case at the moment. We have a set of officers who are leading this, who recognise and are able to deliver a commercial-minded operation. And the proof of that is in Monmouth Leisure Centre. If they can do it in Monmouth Leisure Centre, I am confident they can do it in our other areas of work as well. So that was the reason why at the end of the consultation we decided not to proceed with that course of putting it out into an arm's length company or companies. One other thing I just want to make a point is that we do have in Monmouth Leisure Centre a first-class operation which is regarded very highly by those who use it and is, as Councillor John said, equivalent to a private members club. If we are to retain our commercial advantage, we will have to invest in those facilities as time goes on. We will have to be at the forefront of offering the right services through our leisure centres. And I will support everything that gives the opportunity for these not to languish with the lack of funding that the council inevitably has for repairs and maintenance, but will actually ensure that as we move forward, those leisure centres, as they are redeveloped, will be kept in a first-class condition and top of the market, so that we are actually able to challenge even the best commercial operations that might come along. And I am therefore very pleased with this report, and I will be supporting it.
Thank you. Can I invite the Head of Tourism, Leisure, Culture and Youth, Ian Saunders, if he'd like to address any of the points that have been made?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The reason that the figure is 25,000, it's an aggregate of the past 3 years' maintenance spends of any item under £300. And we feel that the site managers and the teams across the sites are in a better place to be able to manage that money, and that's where that figure came from. It's an aggregate figure. It's a very detailed figure. It's not just plucked out of the air, and it is an average of actual spend. So we felt that was an appropriate amount, and that's where that came from. The reason the costs are going up with the staffing is, of course, with demand and new facilities. We've trebled the membership at Monmouth Leisure Centre, which has meant a rise in the need for all the things that are associated with a good customer experience. So clearly we need more staffing. When the other leisure centres come online, they will step in and costs will go up, associated costs, as will income, obviously. So that's where there's a little spike there.
Sorry, and I forgot to ask, even though it was quite critical, on page, on point 3.15. It says an internal process will be conducted to implement the arrangements, i.e. Appointing a chief operating officer. What does internal arrangements mean? What's the internal process? Is that council or is that officer based? I just query.
The chief operating officer post has actually gone through under the chief officer for enterprises restructure. So that post is in place, and then the next step is to put them down. Okay.
Thank you. I think we'll move to the vote on that recommendation. Can I have a proposer, please? Councillor John, seconder. Councillor Greenland. Take your pick. Right. Can I have your votes for approval, please, for the recommendations? Unanimous. That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. Was there anybody against? Or, yeah, one against.
The lack of
you don't need
investment
to
in
explain.
Chepstow.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you.
You declared an interest. And any abstentions? We're getting excited now. Yeah. No. Okay. Thank you. With Councillor Greenland, Cardiff Capital Region Strategic Development Plan, please.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. The 2015 Wales Planning Act changed the future of planning in Wales. It first of all set up the National Development Framework to replace the Wales Spatial Plan. And then below that, it suggested that there should be strategic development plans. Whilst not being compulsory, I suspect that actually SPDs will become the norm throughout Wales. But at the moment, the proposal that we have in front of us will be the first such strategic development plan in Wales. And they are designed to cover strategic matters such as housing, the use of industrial land, the provision of infrastructure throughout the region that they will cover, whilst leaving each of our councils to deal with individual planning applications. Last year, we agreed in principle that we would join with other capital region councils to prepare an SPD for our region. I say our region, it's the region of the 10 local authorities, with the omission of that part of Monmouthshire which is covered by the Brecon Beacons National Park. Brecon Beacons National Park were consulted and did not wish to be part of the SPDD. Each council will nominate a member onto a strategic planning panel. To begin with, it will be an interim strategic panel until the plan is agreed with the Welsh Government. And it follows that if we're dealing with strategic planning of land, then when we come to decide on voting, there should be some weight given to the land mass of each council. As well as land mass, obviously, population is also an important factor. And so, through our leader on the Capital Regional Cabinet, we proposed a voting which would give a weighted voting for each council, which was consisted of partly through population and partly through the land mass. The council that comes up with the highest weighted voting is Cardiff, because of its population. And that has 5 votes. There's no council with 4 votes. So there are several with 3, of which Monmouthshire is 1. And then there are a couple with 2 and a couple with 1. In all, I think there is 32 votes? 23 votes in total. And that has been carefully designed so that no council, or indeed no 2 or 3 councils, can dominate the decisions of the plan. And it will ensure through, I think it's 70% quorum is needed at the meetings, and 70% majority voting will be needed for any decisions. Each of the councils is being asked to approve this report, and I think at the moment there are probably 3 councils who have so far agreed it, and I think, do they have until the end of October to make their decisions through councils. What we're being asked for is to approve this. We had approved it in principle in 2018, but now there is flesh on the bones to move us forward from where we are. There are 7, I think, recommendations in subsection under paragraph 2, but they all relate to the plan and to how we might finance that, particularly during a couple of the middle years. I just want to say that the strategic development plan will give us as a council, I believe, a better opportunity to consult on the level of housing, for instance, than we have at the moment, because at the moment we will propose, we did at the last LDP, a level of housing which then goes to an inspector in an inquiry, and what we found last time, the inspector said, no, that's not sufficient, I will impose a higher level, and it was taken out of our hands. Now we will be in a position under the SPD where we will be part of the decision-making process on what level of housing that we have for our county. So I think actually, in that respect, we will have a better handle on the future for the county. I think also it's worth mentioning that the process for consultation, both with the public and with members of the council, will be the same as it is under the LDP. There will be no less consultation and no less opportunity for members to have input. And I would draw your attention to page 269 of the bundle, paragraphs 219 and 220, and the flowchart that is on the following page, which do actually show that and gives an opportunity, gives members, I think, confidence that they will be as equally consulted as they have been under the LDP process. So I would recommend the report to you, members, but obviously happy to take any questions, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Howard.
Thanks, Chairman, and thanks, Bob, for the explanation as well. And although our views on planning diverge considerably, I've no doubt of Bob's commitment, having been involved on the regional stage for quite some time. I've got 3 questions. Maybe Mark wants to answer them. The first one, I was surprised by the 70% threshold, the approval threshold of the panel. I thought that was really quite low. And on the basis of the weighted vote means that 4 out of 10 councils could disagree with a significant part of the SDP but be outvoted. I also wondered if any consideration had been given to having a number of weighted members so that if one couldn't attend, there would still be some representation. So instead of 1 member with a weighting of 3 members from this authority. And lastly, I wonder if Mark will give an idea of how he'd see the stages of plan preparation as identified in paragraph 2.18 of the annex being addressed by the constituent councils. And what I mean by that, and I know Bob referred to the matter of consultation, would there be any degree of local decision-making on those stages or approval by the 10 sovereign bodies, or would we in effect be passengers, albeit talkative passengers? Thank you.
Yeah, just in I'll leave Mark to do the one bit. But as far as the decisions on the weighting are concerned, There was, I understand, considerable debate at Regional Cabinet, and as you might imagine, some felt that they should have the whip hand in this, and what we have, or what the Cabinet members decided, was that no, that wouldn't be the case, and therefore the weighting has been decided to give us the best, it will give us a very good opportunity of having a say in the final decisions being made. But it's also worth saying that we as a Cabinet, as a Council, will be actually making decisions on what we want to see, and the nominated person, who will be me, will be delegated to go back into the panel and to put the views that have been expressed by the Council forward. It isn't, so it's going to be a democratic process, and of course that's the same for every other council as well. And whilst you can never guarantee, if you're working together, that there will not be an adverse outcome, I think the way that the Regional Cabinet has performed in the best interests of the region as a whole is a good omen that we should be able to do that within the realms of planning as well.
Would you like to respond now or wait till the end, till everybody's points have been heard?
I don't mind either way, Madam Chairman. I can wait if that's easier.
I think that would be best. Councillor Pavia.
Thanks, Chair. Can I thank the Cabinet member for bringing the report to us? You'll be aware of the extensive workshop programme that the Economy and Development Select Committee are hosting on behalf of the wider authority, led by Mark and his team. He probably is aware that we had to recalibrate that this week because we needed to look at the Welsh Government's National Development Framework, which potentially, which is obviously out for consultation, but which could have serious implications, not just for this authority, but for the city region as a whole. Is he concerned, as I am, about the juxtaposition between the objectives and aims of the Welsh Government through the National Development Framework and potentially the vision and objectives of the capital city region?
Yes, I am concerned. The National Development Framework is in draft form at the moment, and it doesn't seem to align with the aims of the city deal. It doesn't seem to align certainly with what we would want, and it is out to consultation, and I have asked officers if they will bring a report on this to our meeting. I think in October it's planned to do that, and so we will have an opportunity of looking at that as a council. But it is fair to say that as it stands at the moment, the National Development Framework would seem to not be in favour of us having a new settlement. And in fact, it would severely restrict where we might wish to have our housing allocation in the county. And so clearly we would want to put in a very strong consultation response on those things. Mark, do you want to add anything? Or?
No, I don't think so, Madam Chairman, other than to say, we've been asked to and have agreed to bring a paper to October's council meeting to agree Monmouthshire County Council's response to that consultation. It's open until the 1st of November, but as officers, or as an officer, I would share the concerns that Councillors Pavia and Greenland have referred to.
Councillor Eason.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is basically the same as Councillor Howard's. In what I see, that if you've got a barely quorate meeting of 7 members, there could be an imbalance in not getting the level of a majority vote as a right balance. Whereas if you've got 10 members, you would need 17 votes from that group, which should be on a fair and equitable basis. So I do have concerns about the 70% quorum. Sorry, 70% majority of a 70% majority quorum. Now there's 7 there with a 70% majority. I see as a problem. Thank you.
Councillor Roden.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. A new settlement in the county could be the best way to secure sustainable growth in the long term. An article in last week's Monmouthshire Beacon correctly reported that we cannot have a new settlement in our next LDP due to a lack of a shared strategic development plan with other authorities. My question is, how would a regional SDP affect the possibility of a new settlement in the county? Thank you.
Under the legislation that that the Welsh Government has set, local development plans are sole or local development plans do not have the ability to recommend and to bring forward a new settlement. If we were doing a joint LDP with another authority, that would give us the opportunity of recommending a new settlement. But also the SPD does have the ability to bring forward new settlements. And so that seems to be the way forward if we are to consider new settlements. But as far as the LDP itself is, or as far as Monmouth is concerned, I've already spoken about the National Development Framework and my concerns about that. But we are still moving forward with our LDP process, and we will be coming back to Council with the Growth and Spatial Options report and for decision later on in the year. But until we get to that position, we cannot say in regard to Monmouth or any other area of the town where housing might or might not be. It will be only after we have decided on our growth and spatial options will we decide whether there will be more or less housing in Monmouthshire, in Monmouth or in other areas. But what we obviously have to do when we're going through our LDP process is to have an eye on the emerging SPD. What we don't want to do is to find that our LDP goes in a different direction to the SPD. We must be sure that they will actually align when the SPD comes into operation in 2025. So whilst there was a lot of truth in the report in the Beacon, it was not correct in the headlines that it led with.
Councillor Feakin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very much in support of a strategic development plan and would go along with recommendations as laid before us. The biggest niggle I got in my mind is number 3, which is to do with the area of land that we're committing to the SDP. We as Monmouthshire have got land obviously outside of our boundary, which is in the planning authority of the Brecon Beacons National Park. Roughly about 10, 12, 15,000 people live in that area, so it's a significant amount of people who live in the national park, but who we are asking, by way of going through with this at the moment, to make a financial commitment to the SDP, but that wouldn't get any benefit out of it. So you've got residents of Clestley Hill, Gyfeilen, Llanwenarth, who would in effect be contributing through their council tax towards us as an authority moving forward with an SDP, but in effect would be excluded from any potential of the SDP within their area because they're in the national park. I understand very clearly why the national park wouldn't possibly want to put a person on this committee by way of their budget's incredibly small, and the slither of land that they have within what is Monmouthshire is very small. But I think that I personally think that we should include the whole of Monmouthshire within the SDP, and that we shouldn't exclude the part of the national park. If they don't want to put someone on to the SDP board, as it were, then I think that we should take that free space up, and that we should ask for that that Monmouthshire should be included within the SDP.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. If I cover Councillor Feakin's question first, and then I'll come back to Councillor Howard's. In terms of the rationale behind the national park not being part of the strategic development plan, in planning policy terms, there's the 3 tiers now that are set out in the report. If we agree to this, if Council agrees to this, and we do take part in the SDP, we'll have the National Development Framework, then the Strategic Development Plan, and then what's being referred to as a light touch local development plan. The idea being it's far quicker, simpler, and shorter than the current full-blown LDP. There's lots of debate about whether or not that will be realised. You'll know how it's controversial when you're actually talking about red lines around fields, etc. And that's really when people engage. But anyway, that aside, if the whole of Monmouthshire County Council were in the SDP, the Brecon Beacons National Park, which is a local planning authority in its own right, would have to have a full-blown LDP for the rest of its area and a light touch LDP for the bit that's within the SDP. It's not just Monmouthshire that has a part of the national park in its area within this SDP. There's also a bit in Blaenau Gwent, Torfaen and Merthyr Tydfil. Sorry, not Torfaen, Caerphilly. So there's other authorities also affected by this, which adds to the complications. And then if the Mid Wales region was to do an SDP, my counterparts in the Brecon Beacons National Park will probably have their heads explode in terms of how they sort out their policy framework because of the different areas that it straddles. So that's in that simple rationale, that's part of the logic for the line being where it is in a procedural sense. We've also gone through some evidence as officers in terms of how the region operates in terms of the economy and housing markets, and primarily that would naturally draw a line that excludes national park. In terms of things like tourism and the environment, it would certainly include the park, but in those other areas it would take it out. So I think that's the main rationale in that regard. In terms of how the votes and therefore the funding has been worked out, that looks at, as Councillor Greenham mentioned, the combination of population and land area. It isn't a pure science, but that's the background to it. But our land area is based on our local planning authority, so excludes the bit of land in the national park. And then, therefore, our funding is based on that same rationale. So I take the point that 10 to 15,000 people are theoretically helping fund it. If we included that area, our contribution would actually go up. So if you use a bit of clever maths logic, it's not quite the case that they're funding it. Madam Chair, shall I comment on Councillor Howard's questions now? Yeah. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So there were 3 parts to the question. In terms of the 70% quorum, 70% approval, there was legal advice sought on whether it should be a unanimous position, so every single authority should agree, or something different. The short version is to have the strategic planning panel require a unanimous vote would effectively undermine the SPP's role in terms of the way it operates and its governance. So what is in place, as Councillor Greenland touched on, is the flowchart figure 1 of Appendix 1, which is on page 278 of the electronic pages, or 270 of the paper bundle, which sets out how each of those key stages of the SDP would come before each of the constituent 10 councils. So a report would report to yourselves on the key stages. A vote would be taken, and Councillor Greenland's role, if he is elected as the Monmouthshire representative, would be to reflect the council's decision, not some kind of individual viewpoints. So each of the 10 members on the strategic planning panel with voting rights would be representing their council's view. If any of the 10 councils has a significant objection to part of the plan, the process would allow for it to go back to each authority for discussions to see how that can be reconciled, with the ambition that we have a consensus and each 10 authorities is in agreement. In terms of number of members versus weighted votes or additional members, the strategic planning panel set out in the regs, it would be comprised 2/3 elected members and 1/3 expert nominees to provide guidance. only the elected members would have voting rights. The others are just there for guidance role. So if it's done on the basis proposed, the panel in total will be 15 people, 10 with voting rights, 5 unelected as advisors. If it were 1 seat per vote, you'd have 23 seats with a vote, and to get, by my maths, the proportions right, you'd have a total panel of 35, which starts becoming relatively unwieldy or difficult to arrange and manage, given the amount of work and input that's going to be needed by the panel on this project. It's not going to be an easy task. So that was another part of that rationale. And then finally, I possibly covered this already in terms of how the various plan stages will be addressed by individual authorities. So that would be as set out in Figure 1, with each of those key stages coming back before this council, with some discussion in advance and workshops as needed, but a formal decision by this council on how you'd want our representative on the SPP to use his or her votes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr Hans. One more member to speak, Councillor Brown, and then we'll move to a vote on the recommendations.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to point out on page 288, it mentions about what the responsible authority will do. And it says, obviously, about consulting all other local planning authorities within all or part of the area covered in the proposed strategic planning area and any other persons specified in the direction. My concern about this particular idea is basically to make sure that local residents in an area do actually have a say in the development of this SDP, and I'd like reassurance about how that process will go about, since I can't necessarily, unless I've missed it, find any framework within it to allow local residents and local area to contribute to this in the same way that they would in a normal LDP. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The development plan, the SDP, would be a development plan in legal sense, so that public engagement and consultation is essential and a statutory requirement. There isn't the detail behind it in the report yet, because we are in a slightly odd chicken and egg situation, whereby until the 10 authorities have signed up and agreed that the responsible authority, the interim responsible authority, submits a proposal to the Welsh Government, they won't start writing those regulations, which is helpful in one regard, because it means as a region we can help shape the regs and make sure they work for us, rather than just have something imposed on us. So the exact detail of how that works isn't yet before us, but each constituent council would have to be consulted, and I would be very surprised if town and community councils weren't also statutory consultees in that process. If for some reason they aren't, then it's incumbent on us as a consultee to get them engaged, and I'd suggest that part of your role as county councillors would be to help make those groups and members of your community aware. The nature of the topics within the SDP, they will be far high level and more strategic, so the extent to which people are interested or engaging will be something for us to tell in advance, in due course. But really that depends on quite how the SDP shapes up and what the proposals are directly affecting Monmouthshire. But I think the reassurance I would give is it would certainly be our intention that local communities are engaged and included. That would be something that the SDP team and the planning panel should be doing themselves. But we also have a role as a local planning authority, yourselves as councillors, to engage with community councils, town councillors and communities to make sure they're aware of the opportunities to get involved.
Thank you. Right, can I have proposers and seconders, please? Councillor Green and Councillor Feakins. And can we put that to the vote, please, to approve the recommendations? Okay. Anybody against? Any abstentions? Thank you very much. We have one more item on the agenda before we move to motions. So what I'm going to suggest after the next item that you decide whether we have another break or not. So over to Councillor Jordan, please, for the next item on the agenda, Planning Committee seat allocation.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. A decision is required on the allocation of seats for the Planning Committee to ensure that quorum is achieved and decisions are legal and effective. Seats on council committees are required by law to represent the overall political balance of the council. To that end, a representation of political groups report is submitted to the council in the first meeting after the annual meeting each year. The last such report was considered and approved by council on the 16th of May 2019. Since that vote, the independent group has been unable to fill their allocation. The quorum requirement for Planning Committee is more stringent than other meetings, which places additional pressure on attendance, and declarations of interest can reduce voting numbers further on some matters. Recently, a decision had to be postponed as the committee fell below quorum. The risk of an inquorate meeting can be reduced through the reallocation of the 2 independent group seats. This is permitted by Section 15 of the Local Government Act. So the recommendation here is that the council nominates and votes on 2 councillors to join the Planning Committee to fill 2 vacant seats owing to the need for political balance. No group may take both seats.
Thank you. Councillor Bertruni.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to say quickly, we have a ding-dong about the quality of the opposition, and you have a go at us, and we do our best to robustly challenge you, and you say we're not very good, but at least we turn up, at least we try to have a go. Sadly, all the independents are not here, and we will nominate someone because we respect the council, we respect the people of Monmouthshire. But I want to make the point that everyone else here has lives as well and other commitments, and a lot of my members do above and beyond. And we've had to ask a member to step up, and he's kindly agreed, given a lot of other stuff on his plate. But we still nominate Councillor Easton, and we thank him for taking us that place.
Councillor Fox.
Thank you, and thank you, Dimitri. Yes, we do have a knockabout in here, but that's part of what our job is. So we do get a bit frustrated and hot and under the collar, but at the end of the day, we know what our roles are, and we're trying to do them. And I appreciate you putting a name forward, and likewise, we will put a name forward to fill that deficit. And Sheila, our chairman, is willing to take on that role on top of her huge workload, and we need to look very clearly going forward about workloads on members, because it's unfair in this organisation. And in fairness to you all opposition, you know, you are here and you do turn up and do the business, but it's disappointed. I've got a question from an independent member later. I can't answer it now. He's gone. You know, and that is a worrying fact that we're seeing, and I'm seeing it further through, Madam Chairman, through the data we as leaders have had on attendance at meetings, and it's an imbalanced situation in the organisation. And I think it's right and proper that we actually do perhaps some work to look at how we can address this going forward. It's not right and proper that that some of our select committees struggling to get enough members in there, and I'm not criticising them necessarily for that. There may be conflicts with work commitments and other things, but are some of our vehicles the right shape to be able to do what we want of them? And we're ever increasingly being expected to do more and more bits of work and carry out different functions and contribute to various different things, so it's getting harder and harder, and we need to take a hard look. And perhaps, Madam Chairman, through this report, perhaps we could ask our Democratic Services function to take some time and give some consideration to work balance in here and the fairness of how things are distributed, and perhaps to give some consideration to why we might be seeing the attendance dropping off as we are, and how can we reverse some of that and share the workload in a better way. So, Madam Chairman, but if you're happy still to be our nomination, I'm more than happy to put you forward along with Councillor Easton to fill those 2 spaces.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I just want to say that I feel that when we're all elected, our residents put their trust in us. And planning is a very important topic to all our residents. And I think it's not something we can take lightly. And I find it quite horrific, really, that one of the political groups here has decided not to be represented on that planning committee. But I would like to thank both yourself and Councillor Eason, because planning does take up a lot of time. There's a lot of reading, but we really appreciate the work of our planning committee.
Thank you. Councillor Eason.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Madam Chairman, for the period of the Council.
Did you catch that for the period of council? Councillor Becker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has been a very long council meeting, and members from all political parties have had to leave, or in my case have been caught up with other work. Let's not draw attention to the fact that the independent group here aren't here to defend themselves in this matter. I myself have had to call on some extra childcare to cover up for how long we've gone on today. So maybe one of the things we should look at is how long are we going for a meeting like this? Otherwise they would be here, I'm sure, to ask their question. I think, you know, I'm looking forward to working both of those members on the planning committee as well, but let's not murder them in their absence.
Thank you, members. We'll go to vote on that now, and what we'll do, we'll add to the recommendation that Democratic Services look at these, the things that have been highlighted, attendance and makeup of committees and length of time. Yes, I'm sure. Yeah. Is that okay? Right. Proposed by Councillor Jordan, seconded by Councillor Petroni. All in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Right, would you like a 10-minute break? We've still got some items. Five, thank you. Thank you, councillors. I think we'll make a start. I know, right. Would you take your seats, please, councillors? The next item on the agenda is a notice of motion by County Councillor Eason.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I brought a motion to Council 2 or 3 months ago, and it wasn't very long after that another serious accident occurred on that road. So I just brought this to you again as a reminder. The motion I put forward is I move, therefore, that a capital programme at least 300,000, based upon costings in 2012, be created with funding being brought forward to expedite the need to carry out that implementation programme. I'll leave it like that. I think this needs thrashing out properly on that road, but that's my motion. I'd like members to consider it. Thank you.
Councillor Pratt? Oh, sorry. Councillor Pratt.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Can I first of all thank Councillor Easton for his question, and I'm very happy to update the motion rather, and I'm very happy to update Council on progress that has been made by officers over the summer. Capita is progressing with stage 2 of the B4245 route study, and surveys are currently being undertaken as part of the initial data gathering exercise. This will inform the scheme design and associated costs. Now that the M4 has been removed from the Welsh Government programme, Highways will be making a bid in 2020 for funding to design and build a cycle and walking route through the B4245 linking Roggett with Undy. The bid will be submitted sooner if a funding opportunity arises. In addition, the Rockfield Farm Undy development is making a 70,000 S106 contribution towards this route, and a S106 agreement for Green Farm secures the provision of land adjacent to the highway to provide a 3-metre wide strip from the curb for the provision of this cycling walking route. S106 contributions will be sought from other relevant development within the locality. At this stage, the full scheme costs are unknown and will be informed by Capita's Stage 2 work. We will be seeking Welsh Government funding for the project at the earliest opportunity. The request to allocate capital funding would require another project on the capital programme to be removed. So before doing this, it is prudent to await confirmation of the project costs and await funding bid to the Welsh Government. I want to assure Councillor Eason and Council that we are doing absolutely all we can to progress this, and I will personally support anything that improves the safety of the road users on this road. But I cannot support this motion because it hasn't been costed and it's based on figures from 2012. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Murphy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And just to confirm what Councillor Pratt has just said, I'm happy to support anything which improves the safety of anything, and particularly the B4245, which is the road I travel rather a lot. Jane is absolutely right. I cannot put anything into the capital programme that isn't fully costed. Anything going in there would displace something else, as she said. Section 106 funding is being sought to try and pick this up. And you never know, this may well be one of those one-off 100% funded grants that I spoke about in the earlier report. Yes, absolutely, we'll look to expedite this as soon as we possibly can. But I cannot honestly agree to this, because I cannot agree to putting this into the capital programme at the moment. When we get the money, we'll do it.
Councillor Dimmock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a local councillor in Undy along the B4245, I do echo Councillor Eason's concerns. I thank Councillor Pratt for the update today, and I can confirm I have seen the surveys being carried out. I think there's one thing to remember with regards to this particular incident. It is still under investigation. We do not know what caused it. There are whispers going round, but as councillors, we cannot go down that route. We have to wait for the police report to come out. So thank you, Councillor Pratt.
Councillor Fox.
Yeah, thanks, Tony, for bringing this back. It's not long after the June. June is right and proper. It keeps coming back because this is something that was really important to all of us. The council unanimously supported the motion last time. We want to see this done. You know, I concur with some of the points that have been made by cabinet colleagues. And you know, whilst we actually want to see this go forward, it wouldn't be right and proper for us to move the motion as it is there with a budget, sort of an estimated, guesstimated budget. I'm reassured from what I've heard from the cabinet member on progress that is being made. I think we need to just, and I know your commitment to bringing this forward as soon as you can, Jane, and the council want that to happen. So for us not supporting your motion, Tony, it's not us chucking cold water on it at all. It's something we really want to see happen. But I think it needs to be followed that more formal process at the moment, and especially I think as we just heard, you know, then we don't know what the real issues were. For that aside, though, we do know that road is extremely dangerous. None of us like walking or cycling down it, and we need it done as soon as possible, and I'm confident that that is going to happen.
Would you like to sum up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor Pratt, Councillor Fox and other councillors. You've given me the reassurances that progress is being made. I understand the positions of capital funding, so on that basis I'll withdraw the motion on the basis that I don't see the council voting against something which really needs to be done. So I withdraw the motion and I accept the reassurance you've given me that we're going to make progress. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder to withdraw the motion?
Just needs the consent of the seconder.
Oh, sorry, consent of the seconder. Do you consent, Mr. Davis? No. Councillor Davis, thank you. So we move on to the next motion, which is from Councillor Petroli.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Poverty and inequality is a real issue in Monmouthshire. And do not think for one moment it is not. We all know about Monmouthshire's reputation, leafy, prosperous, both of which are true. But there's a hidden side, a side where families really struggle, pockets of real deprivation, which are easily ignored by, I would view, this cabinet and, in fairness, Welsh Government. But it's there. It is real. And it has to be tackled. We have over 4,500 children classed as in poverty in Monmouthshire. That's from the End Child Poverty Network, an independent think tank who focuses on these figures with their own methodology. So we've got to take that figure seriously. Now, we know the causes are wide-ranging, not only derived from local government, although local government can help. We know house prices are skyrocketing in Monmouthshire. We know affordability is becoming a real issue for local people. We have over 3,000 people on the waiting list, 1,000 of whom are families. We have had UK austerity measures on welfare. According to the UN, for example, some disabled people are set to lose £11,000 on average because of welfare and austerity imposed by the UK government. Universal credit, which is being rolled out in Monmouthshire and elsewhere, according to the National Audit Office, has been not value for money and won't be able to be assessed for value for money, given the opaque nature has developed and we can never determine whether it's been successful in putting people back into work. So that's the National Audit Office, not a political body. There's also been changes in the employment market, the gig economy, low wages, no guaranteed work, which has sort of supercharged inequality. All these factors have supercharged inequality in Monmouthshire. And when I talk about inequality, I'm talking about income inequality, which is a real particular issue in this county. If you look at our deprivation figures, in comparison to other places in Wales, You couldn't blame Welsh Government or others to think, well, Monmouthshire's wealthy. Don't worry about Monmouthshire, because in total numbers, we look wealthy, and we are. But it's when you look at our income inequality levels where you see the true picture of what's happening in Monmouthshire. Figures released by the ONS on income inequality shows that Monmouthshire is second worst in Wales for income inequality. So that is the gap between the lowest paid and the highest paid in the county. The second worst. The first is Vale of Glamorgan. Both these counties, by coincidence, I can't prove causation, have the worst attainment levels of children in receiving free school meals in Wales. Monmouthshire first, Vale of Glamorgan second. As I said, I can't prove causation, but there's a lot of academic literature that shows income inequality has a crippling effect in those in the county where inequality is the vast difference. There's a book, for example, called The Spirit Level, which has lots of quantitative data that proves that to be the case. So I truly believe the growing chasm in Monmouthshire is around income inequality, not our total numbers of deprivation. And we know income inequality for people on the lower end of the spectrum can be isolating and disconnect them from the communities around them because they don't feel there's a common thread between them and their peers. And I believe, and I hope the Tory group can back this, that we should lobby heavily Welsh Government on changing the local government formula to include income inequality in its analysis. The ONS already calculates it. We just have to probably get more income data from each county, but it's a credible measure from the best organisation on statistics that will truly measure the problem that faces Monmouthshire, which is unique. It's about the chasm and the gap, not the total number. And if we lobby on that basis, I truly believe we can change the funding formula, which reflects what Monmouthshire actually needs to help combat its endemic, and it is endemic, social exclusion of the poorest people in Monmouthshire. So I hope we can get some backing on that. But we won't get any backing if we do not have a poverty strategy. We have a social justice strategy, which doesn't look at poverty at all, really, doesn't look at the numbers, doesn't have any particular measures reducing it. What we do have is a draft poverty strategy that apparently is never coming forward, I've been informed, and some 4 action points instead, which I haven't seen in actual paper form, haven't seen the measures of how we're going to see success or challenge it. It's weak, is my point. It's weak, it looks haphazard, it's like secondary thought. If we're going to lobby effectively to Welsh Government and other Welsh local government leaders to change the funding formula in income inequality, which I don't see how other Labour councils could argue against, personally, given that's what the Labour Party exists to do, to close that gap by bringing people up, not bringing people down, then we really have to have a poverty strategy. Every other local authority that I've looked at has one. And that's despite the Welsh Government not having one. Well, I don't know why the Welsh Government doesn't have one. That's ridiculous. But every other local government has one. And I've been informed that Swansea Council is the best and has the best plan on poverty. And I've arranged to go meet them and the cabinet member to discuss how we could implement some of those measures, some of their strategies. So, for example, their delivery framework plan, their particular guide on how poverty affects Swansea, and so forth. And I open invitation to the cabinet member, she's not here, or any other cabinet member, to come with me to that meeting to truly have a discussion about how we can implement a similar strategy in Monmouthshire, because only that strategy with a robust network and planning delivery will show our true commitment to tackling poverty and income equality in Wales. We cannot sit by the Labour group and just complain. We challenge you, we make points where you fail, but we want you to do something on this. You talk about the funding formula. I believe this is a credible plan by which we can properly lobby Welsh Government based on the ONS figures that are currently been published. I think we can make a convincing argument. But if the Cabinet doesn't follow us, we're going to continue to push the agenda, but I hope we won't be alone.
Do you have a seconder? Who am I going to choose? Councillor Grocott? 3 hands went up then.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last year, the Anaya and Bevan Foundation published a report on poverty in Wales by ward. It showed that in my ward, 42% of the children who live there are below the poverty level. I hope that Councillor Batruni's motion can be taken forward in a bipartisan spirit this afternoon. Certainly, as a council, we support the Abergavenny Community Enterprise Programme, which is based in my ward. And there are similar organisations in other pockets of poverty around the county. I don't think this is a party political issue. I agree with the leader of the Labour group that we need to lobby the Labour government in Wales about this issue. Because in a community like ours in this county, where there is poverty, it is even more stark when it's contrasted with the wealth. And from where I live in Abergavenny, if I look one way, I can see a house which is currently on the market for just shy of £1 million. If I look the other way, I see children who haven't got any spare clothes to wear. I think that as a community, we need to come together here to see what we can do. I think as a county, we've put our money where our mouth is in terms of trying to support organisations that are addressing poverty. But I think we could do more, and therefore I'm proud to second the motion.
Councillor Fox.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dimitri, for bringing the motion forward. This is something which is it's something which touches all of us and is close to our hearts. One of the reasons I wanted to create a new portfolio specifically around social justice and was because I didn't feel that in counties like Monmouthshire we were really getting to grips with some of those most hard, you know, those communities that are so hard pressed and clearly weren't having the things in life we'd all want without for our own children and within our own lives. We've always known that there has huge pockets of deprivation sitting cheek by jowl, as Martin's just shared. And that's not right. We do need to find some ways forward, and that's why I gave Sarah the scope to shape what the social justice portfolio could look like going forward. And that's so difficult because it's where do you end on it? You can only do what you can do the best you can, and then we've got to keep majoring forward to address this. Sarah couldn't stay with us. She had to get back to children, but she asked me to feed in some of her thoughts. And I'm pleased also that it sounds from Dimitri, from your introduction, that there's an offer here to work closely together, be it to explore options if they are good, like Sir Swansea's got down there, and others, to see if we can bolster more about what we've already got. But it's only fair that I share, because there's a huge amount already going on in this county, even though it may not address everything in everybody's eyes. So this is from Sarah. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I want to address the content of your motion directly and briefly, Councillor Batruni, so that we are clear on the Council's position. In May 2018, this Council adopted a social justice strategy, being the first council in Wales to do so. This is a document that places tackling poverty as a key priority for this administration. Overcoming inequalities in access to economic prosperity is one of the 3 central strands, and within that theme, we committed to developing a tackling poverty plan. The FEDIP group, the PSB partnership, was thus tasked with drafting this plan, and that has happened. We held a workshop day earlier this year, open to members as well as stakeholders, which provided an opportunity to exchange ideas on this plan. Thanks to the actively involved and those partners involved in this group, we have actions which demonstrate areas we can make a real difference to the lives of our residents. We know there is no one-size-fits-all approach, and that we can't do this alone, and so working collaboratively is key. The action plan is a live document. It needs further refining, as it is not a static document that can happen as and when required. What we need to do now is more robustly work up the performance indicator side. That is something we as a group acknowledge. Earlier this summer, I asked our officers here at MCC to look at how we define and measure poverty. And that piece of work is ongoing and will come back to our Social Justice Advisory Group on the 10th of October. I think this quite clearly demonstrates that we are a council that has a strategy, that has a plan, that will measure performance and will ultimately will deliver. Outside of the strategy, the plan and the measurements, we are addressing inequalities. Addressing inequalities is so many aspects of what we do. Not all of this will be captured within a specific plan or strategy, but what it will be is visible to the people that need that support most. They don't want a piece of paper, they want to see and feel improvements in their lives. To give you some examples of activity which is being undertaken and their outcomes on this agenda, funding acquired for the dedicated MCC UC support officer. 42 individual households have been supported in 18-19. Communities for Work Plus, which is 134 participants since April 18. Inspire to Work project, 169 participants since 2017. We're participating in the Pobble Coordinate funded Regional Shared Housing Initiative. We're currently working with LAMI on a pilot supported lodging scheme for young people, and MHA are working with social care through Passport to Care initiative, supporting and enabling tenants to apply for care employment opportunities. Councillor Bertuni, I appreciate you're in a real difficult place on this issue. It must be hugely frustrating that you cannot criticise the abject failure of your own party. Well, you did actually, in fairness, so in Cardiff Bay to develop and deliver on tackling poverty. We are highly constrained by the national levers at Welsh Government level, and that needs to be addressed. Wales has the worst child poverty rates in the UK. Is it any wonder when you have a Welsh Government without a minister accountable for it? So, Madam Chairman, that captures the essence of Sarah's views. But I think the positive messages which I picked out, I think, of Dimitri's intro about wanting to work closely together, and that's how I took it anyway. And if I'm wrong on that, you have to correct me, because if there is a way that you want to work closely together so we can actually develop a more robust plan to supplement what already is going on, you know, Sarah has suggested an amendment. If you aren't willing to take an amendment, we'll obviously vote on what we have. Did I hear right that through your introduction you wanted to work closely with this side of the chamber, with us collectively, to forward this agenda? Yeah, but it depends what the amendment is. Well, no, I'm just asking you, do you want to work with us? Do you want to work with us? And then, if you're serious, oh, I've lost it now anyway, so you're not going to get it. If you are serious, if you want to work with us, we'll happily put an amendment that this council recognises and supports the ongoing work that is being undertaken to tackle poverty across the county. We would welcome the opportunity for continued collaboration with all partners to address inequality as part of our commitment to social justice.
That is now the motion. No, the amendment. I've lost the plot. Please.
I know it's getting on a little bit. So what's just happened is that the leader has moved an amendment to Councillor Petruni's motion. Therefore, you are now debating the amendment. And Councillor Petruni, I know you indicated, can I speak? Well, of course you can, because there is now a live debate on the amendment.
We're on the amendment now, so we start again, don't we? Yeah, yeah.
It's the amendment.
It's the amendment now, yeah. Okay.
Oh, hadn't pressed it hard enough. Sorry about that. I just wanted to let everyone here know that there are people, not in a big way, but in a small way, trying to help poverty. And I'll have to declare an interest. I'm a governor at King Henry. But a couple of us governors have joined with the PTCA, and we're raising money so that we can help people, children whose parents can't afford to send them on trips, and also through the head's discretion, if there are clothes needed, shoes needed, anything like that, this money is going towards that, and we are raising quite a lot of money. And another thing we're doing, we're getting people that want to bring in their grown out of school uniform into school to sell at very low rates so that those with not so much money can buy them. So I thought you'd like to know that. And the other good thing is that this year, of course they haven't been officially published yet, but with the results, the GCSE results, we've had some much better results for the free school meals children who've been having extra help. So I just thought you'd like to know that. Thank you.
Does anybody else wish to speak on the amendment? Oh, Councillor Petroni then. Oh.
No, we don't accept the amendment because it first takes away the recognition that there is no poverty strategy or plan. I was informed by officers, unless I've been misinformed, which is quite possible, that there was an attempt at a plan, that there was no agreement at FEDIP that who would implement and how they would implement the plan, so it's just remained on the board and draft. It is not live. That's the information I was given, and therefore it was decided to focus on 4 action points. If that information is wrong from officers, then I need to be informed of the correct information, but that is not what I have been informed by officers. And I've been open about Welsh Government, and I've, I think, put forward a credible policy of us challenging the funding formula, which shouldn't meet huge opposition from other leaders. And it's a really shame Councillor Jones is not here, because her speech really doesn't at all address what I've said, and particularly the political pop. Actually, what needs to be reckoned is that we haven't got recognition from the Cabinet that we haven't got a poverty plan. We need one. It's 2.5 years into the social strategy, and we haven't got one. We need to recognise that. We need to recognise Welsh Government isn't doing its bit. But if we work together to A, lobby the WLGA and Welsh Government on income inequality from ONS figures to challenge them on their funding formula, which will truly reflect the depth of hidden poverty in Monmouthshire, to truly reflect and challenge and break the cycle, which is so endemic in Monmouthshire, then we need to work together. But it requires both of us to recognise we haven't stepped up to the plate. That motion there is too wishy-washy, more about collaboration, more about we're not going to take responsibility for not having a poverty plan. Well, let's both take responsibility. I've taken responsibility, even though I'm not an assembly member, I have no way a spokesperson for the Welsh Government in any conceivable way. But I think we've got a credible plan here. We've put it forward on a cross-party basis. It's too serious. I've offered for Councillor Jones, whoever, to come and join me to speak to a Cabinet member in Swansea who have the best plan, I am informed, by people who know. So let's make it happen. Let's make it a wishy-washy, collaborative, we take no responsibility. It's just not going to cut it. It's not going to cut it, Councillor Fox. You're going to vote us down. I appreciate that. That's a real shame. It's a genuine shame.
Yeah, I think we all want the same things. I'm sure even if this motion doesn't fail, I assume you still want to go and talk to. If you don't achieve the motion, you also want to go and talk to Swansea, and I'm sure Sarah still want to go and talk to Swansea along with you. As for the lobbying of the funding formula, a fairer funding formula in all regards, in this regard and in other regards, that is something many of us as leaders across Wales are wanting to pursue and will be pursuing actively. In fact, indeed, my frustration is sometimes that the association that supports us, we aren't of one voice in recognising some of those failures in the funding formula, and we need to address that closer to home as well. I suppose, Sarah, when we read your motion, again, it's one of those attacking emotions of the administration has failed, and that's not the way you've spoke about things in quite the same way today. But we are committed to taking all of these things forward. Sarah's already shared the good work that is already happening, and the commitment to develop the Tackling Poverty plan. That's what you're asking pretty well, a Tackling Poverty strategy. We're developing it. It's being developed. There is a lot of work, which I hope you acknowledge that is going on. So, Madam Chairman, Sarah is the knowledge on this. I will bow to her perspective on this.
I did this to Councillor Petruni earlier. I'm going to do it to you now, Leader. Could I ask you to read that amendment again? The reason being, just so Council is clear, is you're all pretty experienced people of the Chamber these days, but the idea of an amendment is it basically goes with the flow of a motion rather than certainly seeks to negate it. So I'm trying to understand the distance between what you said and the current motion.
I acknowledge there is a relative distance, perhaps, between the motion and this, so it may be that you can't accept this and we just go to the vote. The Council recognises and supports the ongoing work that is being undertaken to tackle poverty across the county. We would welcome the opportunity for continued collaboration with all partners to address inequality as part of our commitment to social justice.
If I may, through the chair, I think the distance between the motion and that amendment is just too far. Depending on interpretation, it almost negates the motion, and that's not really appropriate. So I would suggest that you don't accept any further debate on that amendment, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So we will go back to the original motion. And Councillor Penny-Jones, you wish to speak?
Yes, Chair. I just want, it's not about the motion, in fact, it was just a correction about Sarah. Sarah Jones, the Chair did say she'd gone because of her children, but it's because of a family emergency that she's had to go. She would not have left otherwise. Thank you.
Councillor Greenland.
I welcome the Leader of the Opposition's remarks that seem to indicate that this should be dealt with on a cross-party basis. I also welcome the remarks of Councillor Grocott as well. But when you read the motion, it doesn't seem to read like a cross-party, non-political motion. It is most definitely, as was Councillor Petruni's motion in June, heavily politically weighted, trying to make a difference between Labour and Conservative. And what it leaves you with is an idea that Monmouthshire's poverty is worse than any others around the area. That's the impression that the motions give. And that is not factual. If you look at the latest statistics that you can on, that I could, on poverty, it came in a briefing to the House of Commons on the 5th of September. And there it divided, it showed poverty across the United Kingdom by region. And it showed that actually in the worst performing region for all age poverty, relative poverty, was actually in Wales. And this comes from a Welsh Labour government who I think Councillor Petruni suggested exists to close the poverty gap. So in 20 years, in 20 years, it's actually widened the poverty gap. Absolute poverty is on the decrease. but relative poverty, that which is households that are on less than 60% of the median, is unfortunately on the increase right across the United Kingdom, but it's worse in Wales. Any poverty at all is something that we need to be ashamed of, frankly. But unfortunately, poverty has been there since almost time began. And whatever we do, we are not going to eliminate it. What we've got to try and do is to make it possible. And I believe that this council is actually following policies that will reduce poverty. One of the biggest causes of poverty is housing. And we are taking steps to ensure that our housing stock for in the social sector comes up through the LDP and indeed in other ways as well. So I do not and I cannot accept this criticism that seems to be heaped on this administration in the way that it is. I would desperately like to work with Councillor Batruni and with the party, the Labour Party members here, because it is good to hear that they do not support the Labour government's record, which is appalling, over 20 years, as I've said. And so I cannot support the motion, but I really hope that after this meeting, there will be a coming together outside of the political sparring chamber so that we can work together to improve the lot of the people living in poverty in Monmouthshire. And I just hope we can do it in a spirit of cooperation. We'll do much better together than we will apart.
Yeah.
Could you sum up, please?
Yeah, sure. It's really disappointing to hear the Deputy Leader speak the way he do, and that explains why we can't work together with speeches like that, not even understanding the particular problem in Monmouthshire. They expressed political concern with my motion. You are the administration in charge. It's a factual statement about the cabinet in charge. It's ironic that the party that expresses people taking individual responsibility for their actions refuses to take any responsibility for not having a tackling poverty strategy. It says huge disappointment, because it is a disappointment. It's a disappointment. You promised us a plan. There is no plan. And I'm just saying, there is no plan. Let's develop a plan. In my speech, I was offered ground, and then the Deputy Leader makes a speech like that, and you just think, why do we bother? Why do we bother? It's all hot words about working with us, but it's not actually serious. There was a credible plan to tackle the funding formula, and it's just been thrown in our face. Go to the vote, Chair.
Right, can I ask those who support the motion, please, to indicate? Those who are against the motion? The motion has failed. We now move to questions. Now, we haven't got too many because the next question, which was from Councillor Simon Howarth to Councillor Peter Fox, Leader, he's withdrawn. He wishes to go on the next agenda as he had to leave. Then the two from Councillor Paul Paviar, 12.2 and 12.3. He would be happy with written reply to those questions, please. Thank you. So we move to 12.4, which is the question from County Councillor Maureen Powell to Councillor Jane Pratt.
Take the question as read, please.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And can I thank Councillor Powell for bringing this question to us today. And I totally agree with the comments that she makes, that we must support businesses in our towns that pay business rates. And in fact, the letter very much refers to an incident that happened on August Bank Holiday, and it was following the opening of the new project in Abergavenny, which was a great celebration because it's been an absolute resounding success. And sadly, when we went to walk down to Post Office Square, what we witnessed really was a terrible scene, and it looked as if we as an administration had lost control of the area, and also we'd also upset a lot of retailers in that vicinity. So it was very much to do with the burger van, and the burger van did have consent, the correct consent, as applied for by a nearby premises and granted by our estate section. Further to comments from Councillor Woodhouse about the same event, officers from Licensing, Highways and Estates all met on September the 9th, and it was recognised that the process would be improved to ensure that all traders are consulted on proposed events, and that the Event Safety Advisory Group are informed to ensure that there are no clashes of event. We have agreed to develop a better coordinating booking system for outside events, so all are aware of costs, licensing and highway restrictions, and officers are happy to work and take comments from ward members and from town and community councillors. We are looking to work on the engagement and consultation issue, and I think this would be a good agenda item for the licensing committee upon the chair's agreement. And in terms of the street trading policy itself, that is something that can be looked at further at Stronger Community Select Committee, and I would recommend that Councillor Dimmock as chair adds this to the work programme if she's happy to do so. I hope this adequately answers Councillor Powell's question. Thank you.
We'll move on then to 12.5 from County Councillor Petroni to Councillor
Chair.
Councillor Jordan.
Thank you, Councillor Petroni, for this question. My Cabinet colleague, Councillor Pratt, has asked, or rather has tasked officers with developing an action plan that will identify steps that would take in response to the declaration of a climate emergency made by this Council in May. Officers are still working through a series of options, and as part of this I've asked them to recommend any changes needed to be made to our governance and decision-making arrangements to make sure that they're consistent with the policy direction set in this chamber. As such, it is too early to give a full response. However, this does not mean that the issue is being ignored in policy development. Climate change has been featured in our corporate plan and the PSB Wellbeing Plan for some time, and the impact of policy proposals on the environment have been referenced in the Future Generations evaluations that accompany reports. This is a Council policy commitment, and I would expect to see members of select committees scrutinising proposals to ensure that they are consistent with the policy commitments made in this chamber. I will continue to keep members updated on suggested changes working through the Democratic Services Committee where appropriate.
Do you have a supplementary question?
I do. Will all committees consider all projects that emit huge amounts of carbon with a mind to the climate change emergency motion?
The select committees will obviously take those matters into consideration, and they can report back to Council.
We now move on to confirm the minutes of the meeting held on the 18th of July.
Move.
All approve the minutes. Thank you. I now declare the meeting closed.